much, Carly. I appreciate it. Hey, everybody. Thank you very much for coming out today on this lovely Sunday in Middle Tennessee. We have a lot of cool programming for you today. Dave has some cool stuff going on stage. Like Carly said, there's cool stuff going on all around. I hope you're enjoying yourselves, and thank you very much for being part of ICCCon.
And without any further ado, let's move into our first panel. For all you Star Wars toy collectors, let's introduce Mr. Jordi Gasul.
Jordi, where you at, bud?
To talk about some PvP toys. We'll let him, there he comes. Give a round of applause for Jordi.
What's up, bud?
Enjoy, take it away.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for being here. I was expecting just my friend Javier to be here, so I'm glad that there's a little bit more people around. I want to apologize because my English is not my first language. So it's my second and it's not the best. So I will try to do my best. And I have written everything. So in the case that you don't understand me, it will be written on the screen, okay? Also, I was supposed to come here with the two real experts of PvP, Sergio Sierra and Javier Ruiz Lopez, but one was ill and the other one was moving, so I'm just alone here. They left me. But in any case, I will try to do my best. And so I'm going to start. And once again, I want to thank you all for being here. So on November 4, 1977, Star Wars arrived in Spain on two screens in Barcelona at the Nuevo Cinerama and the Monte Carlo. They were the big theaters that existed then. Today, they are just buildings. 2 days later, it premiered in the Spanish capital, Madrid, and like elsewhere in the world, the movie became a phenomenon and fans, both young and not so young, were keen to recreate the adventures of young Skywalker in their games. But in Spain, we didn't have the toys, we didn't have the figures. We had to content ourselves with posters, comics, puzzles, jigsaws, sticker albums, kites, and whatever games and food promotions were around, such as the Coca-Cola posters or the stickers from Mosquitos. So I was dreaming about the action figures, but there was no way to get them at that time. Going to be a little bit personal here. I remember that it took me almost a month before I got to see the movie since it was released, because the queues at the cinemas were so long, and it wasn't until December the 3rd at the show of the 10:25 in the night that I was finally able to watch it. This isn't my original ticket, but I bought it because, oddly enough, it was at the same day and the same time as my own. So I said I want to recoup some memories from that day, that I'm sure that you all remember the first day that you saw Star Wars for the first time ever in a theater, or maybe young people hasn't seen it yet in a theater. So over the 2 years that it remained playing on theaters in Spain, I watched Star Wars 23 times. That gives you some idea of the impact that this movie had on me. So much that instead of going into engineering, which is what I wanted to do back then, I ended up going into movies. I'm a film writer and producer. Actually, Mummies, it's going to be released in the US by Warner Brothers on July 18th. So I hope that if you can have the chance to watch and see it. So at that time, when I was 11, I was searched high and low for Star Wars figures like a man possessed, but the only place I found them was drawn in a few comic book publications that were advertising them. So, in fact, it would be several years before Kenner's mythical figures reached our shores in Spain. And due to the incredible success of Star Wars, the second most watched film in cinema history after Gone with the Wind, George Lucas and 20th Century Fox embarked on a marvelous sequel, The Empire Strikes Back, which cemented the galactic universe of Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, Leia Organa, and other treasured characters. The saga grew bigger and bigger, and it also the opportunities to play. So when you were a kid, you were playing with Luke, but now you had the Downtowns, you had the snow speeders, And this time around, Kenner had learned the lesson. So in the US, when the movie came out, you were able to get the toys. And who can forget, of course, the early kid with the first movie. But in Spain, we had a slogan that Spain is different, and we really proved to be different. Because at the time that Empire Strikes Back was released in Spain, on October the 3rd, 1980, we still weren't able to get the figures. So we had to wait a few months. And it wasn't around May 1981 that the Spanish firm PVP, which is an acronym of POC, Borràs, and Palucier, began distributing the first figures from the space saga. The very first figures that arrived in Spain were just imports that PVP made. And it was just in Kenner logo. And they had a problem selling the figures because they were in English. So people were used to La Guerra de las Galaxias, Star Wars, or El Imperio Contraataca, The Empire Strikes Back. So they thought that it was hard for them to sell, and this is when they decided to start to make the Spanish package, because the sales were quite poor, because people didn't relate. They didn't understand. The kids knew the figures, but the dads no. So, and the famous PVP, now it's famous, but it's the result of a merger between three giants of toy-making tradition in Spain: Novedades POC, Juguetes Borràs, and Palucier Juguetes. Juguetes Borràs, a very well-known company in Spain for its magic toys, was the first one to start marketing Star Wars-related material. The game, the puzzles were made by Borràs. At that time, they were talking about the merger, because the reality is that it was a time in Spain that the toy industry was changing a lot, and they wanted to become a much bigger company. So here it begins the story of one of the most attractive and high-quality licenses of Kenner figures ever. And there are like three periods in this story. The first one, it's what we call the first period. It's when the figures were imported directly from Asia and carded as El Imperio Contraataca, the Empire Strikes Back. So they had the POC logo and the POC and PVP on the back. We call it when people say about the POC time, it's really already PVP. It's just they were using the POC brand because it was like a company that it was well known in Spain. You will see that on the card back, 31 characters were displayed, although during this initial period in Spain, only 10 were on the market: Darth Vader, Stormtrooper, Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia Organa, Han Solo, R2-D2, C-3PO, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Chewbacca, and the Death Star Commander. And as I told you, they were on sale around May 1981. And collectors call these Kenner figures, at least in Spain, because they were actually made in Asian factories. It was, as I told you, first, they just imported straightly the Kenner figures, and they realized the selling was not as they expected. They changed the package, and it was a miracle. I mean, it's sometimes how just a package can make a big difference. So then people were connected to El Imperio Contraataca, and sales start to go up. So it was, I have already told you so I will skip this one. So in the second period, we kind of start to talk properly about POC figures or early PVP. During this second stage, the figures were imported by parts from different countries, and they were painted, soldered, and packaged at the Ostalric factory. Here you can have a picture of the factory where they were painted and welded. So what happened is after receiving the first bunch of figures from Asia, then they start just to receive parts. And at the beginning, the quality control was not really good. It was not what it should be. So they mix parts. So this is explains sometimes some of the variants. It's because it was just mixing the parts that they were putting together in making a figure. These figures are found mainly in blisters with 37, 45, 41 figures on the cardback. And it is possible also to find them in a blister with 31 back, although these are very, very rare. And it's possible due to the fact that the cardbacks from the first period were used. So, so I think that, so unfortunately, some of these figures may exhibit signs of poor sonic welding, where parts of the torso may be partially or sometimes even purely soldered, and moreover, some figures have marks on them, small abrasions, the result of inadequate sonic soldering technology. These figures are commonly known in the collector community, at least in Spain, as pad sonic welded or not sonic welded. So this was like a time where these actually are first shots, the pics that you see, because and now I will tell you how we found them. But the point is that in this second stage, the quality of the figures were not really good. So General Mills complained, and they had to change. And also the kids were like, oh my goodness, the figures are broken very easily. So then it's when we come to the third phase, where PVP began acquiring molds from Asia. And in this third period, Spain is no different longer. What I mean, we learned the lesson. For the launch of the Return of the Jedi, after the extraordinary success of the Empire Strikes Back, the Galactic Saga is at its height. There's tons of followers all over the world. So this time in Spain, the things were going to be done right. So it anticipated that the figures would be launched at the very same time of the launch of the release of the Return of the Jedi, which was coming out on November 21st, 1983, just in time for the recently begun Christmas toy campaign. In Spain, holidays work a little bit different than here. We don't have Thanksgiving Day, and usually the kids take the gifts on January the 6th, that is the festivity of the Three Wise Men. Now things are changing, and more kids are having gifts by Christmas, but still they get gifts on December and gifts on January. So it was like a perfect time when this time PVP was going to do the things right, to have the figures in the market for the release and starting the Christmas campaign. At this point, important decisions had to be made. How about manufacturing the Star Wars figures and to improve their quality. So Kenner moved some molds from Asia to Spain, and this meant that PVP was now in a position to inject its own plastic, a plastic that was different from other licenses and something that would give the figures a special touch. The most real PVP figures are the Return of the Jedi, just for you to know. Secondly, in the line with the exalted tradition of Spanish toy making, which was always very exciting, PVP also decided to improve the quality standards on the figure production. As I told you, General Mills was a little bit concerned about what has happened before. And as sonic welding was not working well, they decided to specifically improve the sonic welding technique that had been a fiasco in The Empire Strikes Back. So the day that the Return of the Jedi came out in Spain, the toys had to be sitting on the store and had to work well. So bearing in mind the poor results of the previous sonic soldering process and the fact that a new plastic was going to be used, PVP decided to invest in sonic soldering technology. At the time, one of the leading companies in Europe working in plastic soldering solution was Mecasonic, a French firm based in Bas-Montaut. And these days, Mecasonic operated in Spain through the company ESMI. ESMI wasn't a toy company. It was just specialized in sonic welding action figures and toys. So what happened next is that before the launch of the huge production run of figures in El Retorno del Jedi, Return of the Jedi blisters, PVP entrusted ESMI with developing a sonic welding machine that would improve the tech used previously by PVP. So according to the head technician at ESMI, who was in charge of that, the steps were the following. PVP performed a few initial limited injections of figures, the first shots, using the new type of plastic with the molds acquired from Asia. Said molds had already been altered by eliminating the typical COO, country of origin, made in Hong Kong, logically enough, as the figures were going to be manufactured in Spain. They could have to remake the mold and add a new CO. But the time of essence, because they had the pressure of having the figures for the Christmas campaign, so it resulted in that special no COO brand plan, which now help us more easily to identify a PVP from other figures. Any collector knows that they have this field of the COO. So, as Enric Borràs, the great-grandson of the legendary founder of the Borràs firm explains, it didn't make sense to do a full run of figures until they knew how to assemble them. And besides, a few different ones needed to be injected because each figure had its own special characteristics. I had the opportunity to interview in person Mr. Borràs, and he told me it was totally logical that before starting a huge production run, PVP would wanted to check the sonic soldering technique. Also, this is something that they did for all toys, to have some test shots and then find the most efficient way to assemble the prototypes, or more appropriate, the first production samples before going into the production. So the first plastic injections, or first shots, as they are known among collectors, were given to ESMI to develop the parts and tools for the ultrasonic soldering machine. First off, they had to see how the plastic injection worked with the new materials and the recently acquired molds. But above all, they needed to check that this plastic could be soldered in a more effective way than before. ESMI did different soldering tests with these plastic figures, and once the ESMI technician deemed the technology was ready, the ultrasonic soldering machines were sold to PVP. So ESMI then, once they work in ESMI, they sold machines to PVP that they were sent to the Hostelric factory. However, according to Mr. José Luis Martín, the guy in charge of that, once the huge production run was launched, he had to visit the factory premises several times to adjust some of the machine's components. So luckily for collectors, Mr. Martin kept some of these first shots for nearly 40 years, along with some of the final product samples that they were giving to him by PVP in recognition of his work. This is to say, blister packet figures from El Retorno del Jedi, and even some packs from El Imperio Contraataca. Years later, at the end of 2020, his son decided to sell the final samples on a kind of eBay, Wallapop. I don't know if you have it here in the US. And it was then when the Hispano-Belgian collector, Juan Carlos Digon, got in touch with the Martin family to purchase these samples. So after the transaction, Mr. Martin's son told him that his father also kept these unpainted figures, as well as some partially painted ones. And they told him that it has been the first injection molding figures to be produced in order to do these tests. So they form a part of this PvP first run, and the first shots of first test injections that he had, it was just, I mean, a very, very limited number of units. And so the figures that have appeared are 10 Greedo, 7 Imperial Commander, 5 of 8 AT Commander, 5 TIE Fighter pilots, 2 Snaggletooth, and 2 Luke X-Wing, and 1 Walrusman. This is the first shots that have appeared that are really certified to be first shots that have been sent to AFA and that have become one of the most weird, rare samples of production. So that's it. I mean, it's the story. This is one of my favorite figures, Luke X-Wing. So what happened is that Juan Carlos contacted his good friend, the Catalan lawyer, Daniel Cubero, who took a job verifying the story told here. I mean, we needed a lawyer in order to verify that everything was okay. And Daniel is a big fan of PvP, so he spent years trying to collect as many figures as he can. And he decided that he needed solid proof to affirm the nature of the figures. So he starts to research, he starts to interview, he starts to verify that everything that it was told to him was okay. And then we asked to number and certify by Mr. Martin himself the figures. And the aim also was to avoid the confusion between the more frequent and common overstock figures, the unpainted factory remains, and then the unique and extremely rare first shot pieces from PvP. So here you have a sample of the certificate that Mr. Martin provided us in order to accredit that it were really first shots. And the discovery brought to light not only original and known figures, but also the transition process in the manufacturing of these legendary PvP figures. If you have Javier Ruiz Lopez book, you will know that he talks about the first shots, but he don't know where they were. Now we have found them. And thanks to the efforts of Juan Carlos, Daniel, and with the aid of Sergio Sierra, AFA, and CIB, Tom Derby, so we checked the story's authenticity, and for the very first time, the figures were certified the first shot PvP figures, and becoming one of the rarest and most sought after series of pieces, not only among PvP collectors, but among us Star Wars collectors as a whole, because they are, I mean, very rare and very unique. So this is the story. I try to do my best. Thank you so much. I don't know if you have any questions that I can try to solve. But in any case, thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience listening me with my strong Spanish accent, and hope that you enjoy the rest of your day. Sorry. Excuse me? No. Actually, the reality is that PvP was like a kind of fake movement. What happened is that the three owners of the companies wanted to create a big company in order to be bought by General Mills. So it was like a transitional thing. So since the very moment that it was created in order to be sold. It was sold in 1984, 85, and for a lot of money. Millions of pesetas of the times. So their families are rich. Excuse me? Oh yeah, yeah. They had it was a kind of Dremel that they just removed it because they were really thinking about remaking the molds and put made in Spain, but they realized that that would be a much longer process. And as they had failed with the Star Wars and they had failed with Empire Strikes Back, they said, oh, we cannot, and especially not losing the Christmas campaign because it makes a lot of difference to sell. And you know how it works with movies. At that time, when I was younger, a movie could last at least a year in a theater, but still the fever for the kids, it could last like 3 months, 4 months, and then it vanishes. So they really need it. So this is why they decided we just erase it. And they had like tooling machines. So I can ask because I don't know exactly the machine that they use, but they use what it's called. I mean, I don't know how to say it in English, but they use this kind of machines that they like make lime. So they erase it, the mark in the mold, and this is how they do it.
Why is the paint so much more fragile and delicate on these figures compared to any other factory?
I mean, the point is that at that time, they had to find the right thing that in Spain, we weren't allowed to import things. So they had to use mainly Spanish produced elements. And for the painting of toys, it was not the way that the painting printing was done at that time in Spain. Usually it was made by hand. So that was like a new painting process. So this explains that they had to look and hire the first people that they were doing because they were not doing it in-house. They had to get providers, and the providers, they were not like really the best ones in the world. And this is because of the political reasons that they couldn't, probably if they could be able to import from France, that would have been easier. But it's like you needed at that time to have a Spanish company. It's a little bit like China now. I mean, if you, I mean, I work in film. If I want to release my movie, I have to go with a Chinese company. So at that time, it was like that in Spain. We were not in the European community until 1992. So we had still some rules from the previous dictatorship that were very restrictive. So it was due to the inexperience of the Spanish painting provider that we didn't have the quality that other brands have. But also, it gives also very special touch to the figures because, I mean, there are some that have, I mean, the famous Bosque toxic limbs or other figures that they have very special painting touch. So thank you very, very much. It has been a pleasure to be with you. And once again, thank you for coming. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Hello, everybody. I am here with Guy Gilchrist. How are you doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
Doing great. I'm doing wonderful now that I'm here. I have just a couple questions for you. We'll start out a little bit easy, a little bit, good.
Before you get to the real
Before we get to the real
hard-hitting Muppet
hard-hitting
questions.
Muppet questions, and boy,
Okay.
do I have a lot.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
you're the
This
creator.
is one of those gotcha
Exactly.
interviews.
It's like, we're having it's a moment.
About the rumors, the rumors.
The stuff
of,
going on of-
right, Piggy's abuse.
I know, and
Courtney for years.
Animal's acting a little. He's a little too crazy.
The hotel room antics of the band. I understand.
Last night was. We don't talk about that. We'll start normal. So you're the creator of the original The Muppets comic strip, starting at age 24, and had the leading role at Jim Henson's creative team, working on Muppet Babies, Fraggle Rock, and more, and even have been the author of like 50+ children's books. What's the fan reaction been like for you at this con? Is it more children or the adults who grew up with your work?
It's really all of the above. In that, I've been at this now. I guess Jim hired me over 43 years ago, and so we really have like 3 generations. There was just before you arrived, there were these little children and their parents were telling me about how they used to get the VHSs and watch it with their grandparents. So that was like 4 generations. So it's wonderful that Jim is remembered and that I'm a part of that.
Well, you're carrying on his legacy in the best way possible, truly. I actually grew up with the Muppets. I loved watching the original Muppets show as well. It's honestly my best part of my childhood. The Muppets truly mean a lot to me. It's always my favorite. So what was it like working with Henson and his company?
The short version, I'll give you a long one too, but what I always tell people is, you've watched the interviews with Jim on behind the scenes things, and you have a thought in your head, like what it might be to be with him, and to talk with him for a few minutes. What I always say is, you take that dream, times it by 100, and you're sort of close. He was the sweetest guy, and he really, there's a very overused thing where they say, they made me feel like family. Well, we really were. And Jim made the effort to let you know how beloved you were. We were impacted heavily by, we're the most popular characters in the world at the time. And like even my drawings, my writing and drawing, the comic strip was being read every day by 80 million people. Now I'm doing that. Jim's busy doing Dark Crystal, Labyrinth, all the Muppet movies, etc., the television shows, Fraggle Rock. I'm working on Babies and doing that. Well, Jim would take the time from London, from anywhere he was, to call me, leave me messages, send me telegrams, because I wasn't on the sound stages, I was in the art department, and I was even one step away in my own art studio in Connecticut, and sometimes in New York. But Jim would make that effort on a weekly basis to let me know how that he was reading everything, that he was okaying everything, and how much he loved us.
So he really put in the effort to appreciate his art, like every single department, and especially you working so closely. I'm sure it was just life-changing. I mean, how has it been for you? What's it like being such an incredible, impactful person, artist?
Well, after Jim passed away, and I was doing my own books, as you mentioned in the intro, and I also became art director for Warner Brothers, MGM, United Artists, worked on and off for Disney for 50 years. Well, anywhere that I went, becoming the creative director, the publishing director, whatever it happened to be, I took the lessons that Jim had given me. He looked at every project as being very important and very personal, and knew that the fans out there would appreciate all the attention to detail. So on every toy, every place that we worked, every little thing that we did, I always tried to make it special for Jim, and then that made it special for you guys. Well, then when I went to other places, this was completely foreign to them. It was
Really?
like, oh, well, we stamp Bugs Bunny on everything.
Right. How many years have you been doing this, like cons and everything?
Oh, cons?
Yeah.
Not that long, really. Like, yeah, maybe 10 years or something.
Are you liking it? Are you liking
Oh
it?
my gosh, I love it. And as you were mentioning, the legacy of Jim, it's wonderful that Disney and also Brian, they keep Jim's characters alive doing things, but it's very important to keep Jim's character alive as well. And so I love telling the stories
I love Kermit,
and telling them to the children that may know who Kermit is, but they don't know who the man behind Kermit is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's truly amazing. Like, to hear it, I'm getting a little bit choked up. When I was in second grade, I actually did they were like, you need to do a biography in front of everybody, and it can be on anybody that interests you.
Really?
So all my friends are doing like different basketball players, different like presidents, and I'm like, I'm gonna do Jim Henson. So what I did in second grade.
So what was it like?
Yeah.
What did you write?
So
What did you do?
it was second grade, so of course it was so long ago, a million years ago. But I made a beard out of felt, and I wore a beard in front of my entire classroom. And I went up on, like, in front of everybody talking about just like growing up with the Muppets and how much it meant to me. And I loved just not only the characters and how they were brought to life, but the like performance and the art that came with it, and how impactful it was for me. Like, I just wanted to share that with the world. So it's an honor to sit with you today,
Well,
truly.
I loved hearing that. And the really neat thing about what Jim did and what I was able to be a small part of is that all of that silliness, right? The littlest child, okay, like you were when all of that was happening, you could feel how much he loved you and how much all of those characters love you.
Yeah.
You know, we look at this picture behind me, okay?
Yeah.
Like this picture we had, this is like day one, and this is in the basement at 117 East 69th Street. This is at the Muppet Workshop where, see behind here, these drawers?
Yeah.
Well, these are all full of felt and fur and things, and we're making Muppets back there, right?
So cool.
Well, and you know, and children will see this, and I go, oh yeah, that little punk, that's me, you know, but like, they're alive. We look at Fozzie, and everybody loves him. He's all these insecurities and everything, and telling you the jokes. I see little tiny babies in strollers, and they'll like drop their tippy Tommy cup, whatever it is, and they go waka waka, and it's like
you see that,
I know.
and you're like,
mind blowing. Yeah.
well, that's just.
Oh, look
it's
here, it's Piggy though.
Oh, yeah.
Calling her agent, day one. Get me out of here.
Such a diva, honestly. But do we blame her? She's working with this guy right here in the middle.
For real.
For real. Awesome. Well, speaking of your art, can we draw a little?
Who do you want to draw?
It's up to you. I'm gonna leave it in your hands.
They're all in here. What do you want to draw?
Okay.
Muppet.
Oh gosh, pick a Muppet.
Pick a Muppet.
Let's do. Should we go classic and go with Kermit, or should we go crazy and go with Animal?
You're getting Animal. All right.
Let's do Animal.
Okay, yeah, okay, because the Muppet Mayhem just started.
That's right,
Right?
yeah.
Okay, so he's got his own show. And did you hear that the Electric Mayhem's album is #1 on Billboard?
Is it really?
It really is.
I love it. Can we picture that? That's my favorite one.
Here we go. All right, here we go.
Okay.
All right, we get some Animal.
Okay. Can you see it?
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
He is rock and roll.
He's truly rock and roll. He's my mom's favorite character as well. I'm gonna get a picture of this as well.
What's a riot is when you meet, I've had I live in Nashville, and even when I was in New York, I would meet all of these drummers, famous drummers, Ringo Starr.
Oh, really?
You know, Ringo in his drum kit has a stuffed animal. Mick Fleetwood, stuffed animal. Mick Fleetwood told me that all of these years with Fleetwood Mac, that, he'd lose, the stuffed animal, because he went all the way back to the original Fisher-Price one, and I go in his dressing room, and there it is. The most amazing thing that Ringo did that he certainly didn't have to do or anything, when I met him and I gave him a picture of Animal, he held it up to his face, like this, and said, and now the world's most famous drummer and the world's second most famous drummer are together. And he gave me a wink, and which is which, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what a rock star thing to do.
That's so iconic, especially coming from him.
Oh, I know, right?
Definitely. This is looking amazing. It's so cool to see the artist in front of me at work. It's making my childhood dreams come true, truly. Oh my gosh.
Another Kermit.
So cool. Oh, hello.
Hi. Oh, there he is.
Kermit the Frog here.
Hi, home.
Hi, home. Kermit the Frog. Wow. Rock on. That is so good.
Well, 43 years.
Wow.
Couple more lessons, I'll go pro.
Yeah, maybe one day we'll go pro.
Yeah.
It's so amazing. Well, thank you for drawing that for us. Like, the fact that you were able to make that so quick was just crazy to me. Like, it's so cool to see it just right in front of me. Are you serious? Really?
I'm never serious. That's how I'm a person.
Oh, that's right.
I'd lose my job if I was serious.
Oh, really? Well, thank you so much. This is truly, this means the world. I'm framing this and I'm putting it on my bedroom wall. You know what? I'm going to put it in my kitchen. This is really cool. Well, thank you. Do you have anything that you want to mention? Anything coming up? Or what's new?
Well, you can always go to the website, which is A Guy Gilchrist Production. And one of the fun things is if you go over there to the website, you can get there from all of my socials and all that stuff. You click on that. I send you a Muppet newsletter about once a month telling you a story about me and Jim and stuff like that, or Chuck Jones and the different people that I've had an opportunity to work for. So people seem to really enjoy that.
Definitely. Well, I will definitely be subscribing. You guys should definitely subscribe to the Muppet newsletter as well and follow him on all of his social media. Keep up with everything he's doing. Thank you, ICCC Livestream, for tuning in with me and Guy Gilchrist. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your live stream. Bye, everybody.
So do we have aspiring voice actors here? And okay, so if we talk a bit about the technique of voice acting as well, you guys are cool with that? And in relation, I want to know, just how weird is it to direct your husband, right? Like, that's so different. Where, so Laurel, who was just filming Carly, it's my girlfriend that's holding the camera right now because I'm here. I'm usually doing the live stream. But, we work together all day long. And, 24/7, like whatever, we work for the Mayhew Foundation, we work on our client stuff, we work together. And so I'm really curious kind of what their dynamic is, because it's like taking direction from your spouse. I think that should be a really interesting dynamic. So, but they should be here shortly. I just wanted to make sure that I run it by you guys. And And then we'll have time for questions as well. So make sure that you come up with some good questions. But both very, very sweet, kind people, and I'm really excited about this. So cool.
That is some sinister music to come out to. Welcome back, ICCC, and hello to the folks streaming live at home. Are you ready? This is the very first anime panel we have ever had at ICCC, I believe. I don't think, and I go back to the beginning, I don't believe we've ever done one. So I hope you're excited, and I'm glad to see you here. Without any further ado, let's get this show on the road. I'd like to introduce you to Steve Bloom, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, and the panel host, Matthew C. Egan, philanthropist with the Peter Mayhew Foundation.
Hello.
Happy Sunday.
Thank you guys for getting up and coming here. I know that Sunday panels can sometimes be hard to get to, so we're grateful that you guys made the effort.
And we're sorry we were a little bit late. We apologize. We want to respect your time and thank you for being here.
Face wiped our woolongs, so, you know, we had to find an Uber.
I have to try to keep a straight face to get through this. This is going to be good. 25 years of Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
That is the accolades for Cowboy Bebop and the shift in more realistic, more dramatic, more adult storytelling in anime. Is that something that you're conscious of, having been a part of it, or is it something that you've done so much, you've both been in so many things that does that stand apart? Is Cowboy Bebop a special pillar in the long list?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Bebop sort of changed both of our lives because I had never directed a series as a voice director. I was a voice actor, and I think it was Steve's first leading role.
Yep.
But I remember when we worked for this amazing company called Zero Limit Productions and Animes. This is the company that did Hellsing, that did Akira, the movie, and we'd been doing fun things for them, but they were notorious in a great way for hiring female directors. And they knew that I had done some directing in college, and they're like, sure, let's get Mary to try it. And the first thing they did was show me Tank, show me the opening of Cowboy Bebop. And I was like, why are you letting me direct this amazing thing? And Kevin Seymour, who directed Ghost in the Shell, was like, normally I would direct it, Mary, but I'm too busy. So it just fell into my lap, which is one of the greatest gifts I ever could have gotten from Kevin and Yutaka Maseba. And then I walked into the booth, and there was Steve as Spike. And
Yeah, and we didn't know what the show was. At least the actors didn't know. Mary had a little more insight on it, but we still only got 1 or 2 episodes at a time, right?
we got
Or
3
episodes at a
episodes.
time.
Yeah, we did 3 episodes a month. So we recorded for a week and a half, and then I had 2.5 days to quality or QC everything, which means I watched every episode, every minute, would go back, find other takes, Frankenstein stuff together to really carve out the story. And the interesting thing was, at the time, there was no Adult Swim, only on Toonami. There was nothing. So we just thought, this is the coolest show, and no one is ever going to see this. So because it's so different in tone, it's not crazy ninjas or racing cars or anything else, because it's much more cinematic, let's try a more cinematic approach in terms of the voice acting. So I was pulling everybody down and looking for nuance and everything else, because I thought, well, nobody else is going to see it. Let's just make this for us.
Yep. So ultimately, we had no idea, like she was saying, if anybody was going to see it. And as a result of Bebop kind of coming into its own anyway, the guys at Toonami contacted me and asked me if I'd be interested in hosting this show. And I had no idea how to host a show. I had never done it before. I was terrified. I was terrified recording Bebop just because it was a leading role. But they invited me to a convention and offered me free beer. And if any of you know anything about the very beginnings of my career, I was very highly motivated by food and beer. So, so I just had a meeting with these guys, and they offered me the role of Tom from Toonami. And then we brought Bebop to a huge audience that otherwise might never have seen it. And it really started introducing anime as an art form to an American audience in a big way, or at least English-speaking audiences. And everything vaulted from that. Ultimately, even shows like Legend of Korra. At the end of recording Legend of Korra, Mike and Brian, the creators of the show, came up to me and they said, we didn't want to say this at the beginning of the show, but after all of the episodes were recorded, done, that season was completely finished, they said, by the way, we brought you in because we're Cowboy Bebop fans. Had no idea. And people just come out of the woodwork from all over the world, now even discovering it for the first time, that it is their go-to as their gateway to other anime.
And you're still doing Tom.
I'm still doing Tom.
I see your tweets and your posts about
Yeah,
recording and
every Saturday night, only Toonami on Adult Swim. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
and so had you met prior to going when you started Bebop?
No.
We met on Bebop. We met in the studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were with other people back then. She was married. I think I was still married at the time. And so we've been friends for over 20 years. And then the universe kind of brought us together as single, divorced people. And so we just kind of decided to give it a go. We were terrified to get together as a couple. Because
Right.
we've been working together for so many years. And I had so much respect for her as a director and as my friend. And we just didn't want to screw it up. And so we went on a lot of not dates in the beginning.
Yeah.
And just testing the waters, and we've just been inseparable ever since.
Married in 2017, I think I saw. What?
No.
No, last
2 years ago.
2 years
Oh, two only.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 years
okay.
ago,
yeah,
October 16th.
and it was a Hawaiian wedding. We had our parents out and her
and my
sister.
twin sister for
Yeah.
our birthday, and we surprised them with a cultural talk story. You're going to enjoy this, And then we just ended up doing a Hawaiian wedding ceremony
so
as a
we're-
surprise.
While you're here, yeah.
So we're not legally married yet. We will be very soon. We're probably going to do it underwater or something. We're both scuba divers.
Yeah.
Uh,
Also, we're building a house, and I don't know if any of y'all have gone through that, but it's a lot. And by the
Yeah.
end, you're like, I don't want to spend any more money on anything. Let's go scuba diving.
Well, you're probably not just building a house. You're building a house with a studio in it and all of.
studios.
Okay, 2 studios.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy.
I-
It is crazy.
I have a 4-foot by 6-foot soundproofed half of a closet, and that took a long time to complete. So I can't imagine 2 full studios.
We were working out of closets for years and years and years, and finally we bought a portable studio, an actual booth, but it's 4x6. It's small.
Yeah.
I covered the windows for better sound, so we're building a state-of-the-art studio now that'll actually have a view to the ocean. It's going to be sick. I can't wait.
We last year had James Arnold Taylor, who has a gorgeous home studio,
Stunning.
He's my
Central Command.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's my studio guru. Actually, my studio is designed by the same guy who designed his. He
So
gave me
you're in
the
good
referral.
hands.
I'm very good hands. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
he's a very good friend, and I'm sad he's not here this year.
He was gonna come Friday. He was gonna come for like a minute,
Ah.
and it for like a special visit because he's
I-
local here.
I just want a hug. I miss him so much. I never get to see him anymore. So
What part of Hawaii are y'all, or where are you now? Where are you moving to?
we're on Big Island.
Okay.
And we're staying on Big Island right now. We're living in a place called we call it Wetside Waimea.
Okay.
The realtors call it Green Waimea because it rains like 300 days a year. So it's not necessarily as attractive if people know that they're going to get soggy living there. So we're renting there, and then we're building a place in Kohala on an extinct volcano. So we're actually going to be living on a volcano. It'll be pretty cool.
Of course you are.
Yeah, of course we are. Yeah.
Surprising,
do.
surprising knowing. So have you directed him since you guys got married?
Everything, in everything I could. Did you ever meet someone in your life and you just think, okay, the time is not right, but you're such an amazing person that I need to have you in my life. So if I have to cast you in everything I do to have you in my life, then I'm going to do it. So I did. I mean, it's also because Steve's a brilliant actor. So, but, yeah, I know. But so I did. We went from Bebop to Digimon Tamers, season 3 of Digimon, then season 4 of Digimon, then Wolf's Rain, then Naruto, which we both worked on for about 10 years. And then my second gig of original animation was Tangled, Rapunzel's Tangled Adventure, the series. And Steve I didn't cast him, he got the role all on his own of Buckethead. Attila Buckethead.
Love you, princess. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've been working together for a long time.
We have, and we
Yeah.
cheer each other on.
For everything.
Our booths are 2 rooms apart, and we can hear each other making ridiculous noises, and we just cheer each other on, and we know all the same people. It's great.
Sure.
Yeah.
Speaking of ridiculous noises, so Christopher Sean from Star Wars Resistance, I reached out to him when I was creating my own demo, and he was talking about damage noises, pain noises, and he had given the advice of doing the alphabet. So you go ah, and A B C D, like, and you would just add that sound to. And I've heard you on the Bloombox classes doing the. Can you give us a couple of? And he'll do it for like 2 hours straight with 8,000 different reaction sounds of jumping, falling, getting hit, getting.
Yeah, that's a great way to get a complete sound set, but we're so specific when we do that. Usually we do it to picture too. So you have to know the distinction of where you're getting hit on your body, and every part has a different sound. So if you get hit in the head, it might be more like a blunt kind of thing, like that sort of thing. You get hit in the back, you have to sort of let the wind out. So it'll be, if you get hit in the throat, it's going to be. So
Stomach.
you're how different those are. So even if you do the alphabet, you still have to tweak it a little bit and make sure that it fits. And sometimes they'll even say, can you make it bloodier? Which happens often. So you get hit in the throat. And you have to do the blood bubbles and everything else. And then the deaths, there's a million ways to die. You can get electrocuted, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Or you just choke out and die.
And then they tell you, okay, we need about 2 more seconds on the exhale, or tighten up the exhale by, or the expiration of yourself by, like, tighten that up by a second. You're like, okay, so it becomes very technical, and then you have to make it organic. It's really, really fun. And you can play around with this if we've got any aspiring voice actors out there. You can play around with this at home.
At least
it really
one.
is
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah. Well, you could join us at bloomvoxstudios.com, where we can teach you the art of voiceover. No. Seriously, we have a school. We have an online voiceover school.
A fantastic school.
Yeah, you can come to our table and we have cards, or you just give us your email and we'll send you a link to our free masterclass. We actually have a free masterclass that we did that kind of gives you the overview of how the business works. And we started doing that just because there are so many predators out there taking advantage of people who want to do voiceover. There's a lot of people teaching who haven't done it professionally or really don't know what they're doing at all.
Yeah.
And they'll take your money very happily, sometimes in the thousands of dollars, and promise you the moon. And we are very honest and realistic about how the business actually functions. So I didn't want to start teaching. It's really hard. But we found that coming to the conventions that so many people have such a difficult time, and we didn't have that coming in. We had to learn the hard way.
Right.
So come visit us at bloomboxstudios.com.
I've been a member for 4 months, and I'm nowhere near getting through all the videos. And it is a huge library, and so many of your friends that have come and done classes.
Yeah, we just had Travis Willingham last week. We had Clancy Brown from Shawshank Redemption. We've had LeVar Burton, Laura Bailey. We've had so many people.
Matt Mercer.
Matt Mercer from Critical Role,
That's a great segue into the topic of Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
So you guys have been swept up into the Matt Mercer tornado.
Yes.
And were you both interested in Dungeons and Dragons prior?
Nope.
No, it was Liam's birthday, Liam O'Brien's birthday, and I was going through a divorce. I was miserable. We just went to this game awards thing, and Laura turned to me and said, "We're all going to Liam's house to play Dungeons and Dragons. Do you want to come?" And I was like, "No, I need to go home and be moody and blah," And then the next week, we still have a spot at the table, and I was like, "It sounds like a lot of work, and I got a lot on my plate," and that's what turned into Critical Role. And
you did
so that,
15 episodes, I think.
well, that's what turned into the online streaming, and then they had Felicia Day and I on as the first guests of this thing called the Slayer's Take, and then the second set of guests was Will Friedle and Will Wheaton, and then it just sort of went from there, and that's when I realized, Dungeons and Dragons is just real-time world-building, problem-solving, improvisation, and everything is determined by the roll of the dice, and you have to say yes. And I was like, that's amazing. Not only is it fun to build this with your friends, but if you teach it to your kids, you're going to get them reacting and problem-solving instantly. It's just like, if that doesn't work, try something else. It's just like, but I don't want. It's like, sorry, that's what the dice said. It takes it out of like a parental saying, you can't do this, into a little inanimate object saying, you rolled a 1. Okay, and then hopefully problem solving becomes fun as opposed to this daunting thing in front of you. It becomes second nature.
Sure.
And then the GoFundMe happened, and we got the series, Legend of Vox Machina. We've just finished season 3, which should be coming out very soon, hopefully. So it's amazing. It's a dream world where this nerdy bunch of voice actors got together, and Matt is always such a genius, has always played D&D. So for him to become the storyteller he was meant to be and present that to the world and encourage other people to tell stories, to improv, to problem solve, I just think it makes the world a better place.
Absolutely.
You know?
Deborah Ann Will was on yesterday here on the stage talking about, and I was the same way. When she was a kid, she didn't have friends to play it with. And then she was with Joe Magliano on True Blood, and they never talked about it, but they were huge Dungeons and Dragons fans, and they didn't know it about each other, and they rarely shared scenes, so they would do press photos, but they're on the same show, and they could have been best of friends, and now they play D&D in LA, so it's such a networking opportunity and expanding your friend group and yeah.
It's just wonderful that so many people were playing in the dark. They were hiding that part of their life from other people because they were perceived as being nerdy or whatever the issue was that friends would have about that sort of thing. But the beautiful thing about D&D, like anime, is that people can get together and talk about the stuff that they love without judgment. It's kind of amazing. And now a Critical Role actually opened that up globally.
Yeah.
So there's this whole gigantic community of people that can now interconnect and feel like they have a place in the world, and the stuff that they love is okay.
Yeah.
And we love that part of it. And we love that part of conventions too, where, you know, in our normal daily lives, we might not be able to talk about the stuff that we love. We might not be able to dress up in the characters that we love. But here we can come, and not only is it okay, but we're celebrated for it. So I just love that it gives everybody a place in the world where you feel accepted.
Absolutely. Becoming mainstream, I think also gives people that kind of permission where if they wanted to try it out, but they were maybe shy. Yeah. And now it's like the nerd taboo has been lifted. And
what's fun is that we've started, one of our neighbors is our dungeon master in Hawaii, and we started a D&D group. And at first they were like, oh my God, you guys. We're like, no. We put our pants on the same way that you do. It's all good. It's all good. So let's just play together. And there are a couple people, very young, who have never played before. And our bard is the quietest person I've ever met in my life. And next to her is, I forget the cat. Yes, a tabaxi. Yes. And he's never played before, so he always asks, if I go into the room, what will happen to me? You know, and he's kind of become this chaotic character. And our DM is always like, just try it. Just try it. And he goes, okay, what happens if we go into the forest and the fog comes again? Will we be able to get out? And I was like, at first it was sort of like, just do it. But he's new. And so I finally said, you have established this beautifully chaotic character. Embrace it. Just go for it. Don't ask questions anymore. If you want to go running into the Baba Yaga's hut, run into Baba Yaga's hut. You know, I mean, commit to it. And if it doesn't work, then we'll find another way.
Yeah, what's the worst that can
What's
happen?
the worst thing that can happen?
It's a TBK. So
Yeah.
We can re-roll for new characters. It's
That's
fine.
right. You want to be Leroy Jenkins, you run in there. You do that. You know?
every year that Leroy Jenkins, it's a national holiday. It was just a few weeks ago.
Yes,
they
I
just,
know.
yeah. So the soundtrack for Cowboy Bebop had no business going that hard.
Oh, yeah, it did.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It was another character in the show.
Absolutely.
Probably the most integral character in the show.
I think so.
More so than Spike. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is, right there.
The storytelling that Yoko Kanno did, that's what made Watanabe such a genius, the director of the series and creator, is that he allowed 3 separate things to tell the story, and they intertwined, they separated out again, and it was the animation, it was the acting, and it was the music. The music told such an incredible part of the story of Cowboy Bebop, and that is all the genius of Yoko Kanno.
I can't think of any soundtrack it wasn't even similar to itself.
Yeah.
The next song would be something completely
Jazz
new,
fusion,
but it's so
experimental
good.
jazz, opera.
I mean, I have goosebumps
country.
just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of everything.
I remember it was, I think, the 3rd episode. Is it the 3rd episode where Spike walks into the church and the organ starts playing and rain the song Rain starts. And I remember seeing that moment and saying, this is life-changing. This show is absolutely life-changing, and I cannot wait to see what happens. But I instantly started to go on the internet and try and find, well, when the internet actually came into existence, to try and find the soundtracks, because I needed to hear Blue. Like, Blue was just one of my favorites. Still is one of my favorite songs. I actually got to sing it at a convention down in New Orleans, which was really amazing. And it's still, even the movie, Knock a Little Harder, is like one of my favorite songs ever.
But then they'll go from these amazing cinematic sound pieces to something like, super twangy and shucks, howdy,
Pachoo!
crazy, just crazy. So many parts of the musical spectrum were touched on in that show. It's just incredible. Mushroom hunting. I mean, crazy.
What planet is this?
Yeah.
So much stuff. And it just, usually something would kick in when Spike started fighting, and it was just like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
And it's just, you knew you were in for
about to go
something
down.
amazing.
Yeah. I listen to the soundtrack all the time in my car.
Yeah.
Love it still.
The music supporting the kind of drunken boxer, really subtle Spike movements.
Yeah, for the red-eye fight, for sure.
Yeah. That's just amazing. Bo Billingsley. We had Bo at WeebCon in Dallas this past year, and one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
Yes, he is.
And Jet and that the partnership there, and the Jiminy Cricket. Spike he's a criminal, a gentleman, a terrorist, a bounty hunter. A little bit of and he's confused and conflicted with all of those hats. Yeah,
Doesn't even know if he's alive or dreaming. So.
right. Yeah. And the bounty hunter I personally feel like we would not have the Mandalorian if it wasn't for Cowboy Bebop. Like the bounty hunter culture and the popularity. Like Boba Fett established the Zero line, but then it was like the Western bounty hunter aspect. I don't feel like we would have gotten to that point if Cowboy Bebop hadn't like embraced the bounty hunter.
Yeah, it would be amazing to think that influenced. I think it may have though, because Dave Filoni is a fan.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he loves Cowboy Bebop, so that was probably in the back of his mind when he was constructing some of that stuff, I would think. Yeah.
I know that this is not the Rebels panel, but I did have a Chewbacca question. So Zeb takes from the original Ralph McQuarrie Chewbacca
design,
concept, and Peter Mayhew had that artwork up in his home in their Chewie room, that collection.
I have the action figure.
Yeah. And of not Zeb,
Ralph,
but of the
Ralph
previous
McQuarrie's design for the original Wookiee.
Yeah. How do you feel about that? Kind of filling those shoes from the original concept, and I know that you knew Peter and Angie, and do you feel the Chewbacca parallel with Zeb?
I do, and if I had known at the time that we were recording all of this stuff, I probably would have crapped my pants because I'm a Star Wars fan. I was there in 1977 when it first opened, and I've loved Chewie my whole adult life.
Yeah.
If I had really known the depths that they had gone to try to bring a Ralph McQuarrie character to life in that form, I don't know if it would have changed my performance, but I would have felt a lot more intimidated. I just didn't think about it. We weren't given a lot of information when we started. And I was just told that Zeb was a warrior. In the script, he was listed as a warrior. The show was called Wolf. We didn't know it was even a Star Wars project in the very beginning. So when I first started voicing Zeb and they sent me the model sheets for it, I went, oh my God.
Yeah.
Not only is this Star Wars, but we're introducing this into canon now as a living, breathing character that's not the Wookiee. It's something different. So, it was tremendous pressure, but also really, really fun to have the honor of introducing a new species into the Star Wars universe.
Which has now gone live action.
Yes, it has. Thank you, Dave Filoni, for that. Amazing. And they made him so beautiful, too. It's incredible.
Yeah. Watching the episode, I think I was like, no.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a different one. And then it spoke, and it was just like, that's Zeb, oh my God. And the image, I know you try not to post spoilers, but it was like everywhere. the next day. And I think you waited like maybe a day and then you were posting it or something like that. But
we're not allowed
everywhere.
to say anything ever without permission from Disney and Lucas.
Yeah.
And we respect that because they always have something up their sleeve. And so when people ask us pointed questions about what's coming next, or even questions about that particular recording session, I'm not allowed to say anything still, because they're probably going to do something behind the scenes. They might have something in the future, I don't know. Or even if I did, I'd have to kill you all if I told you. So
there's a lot of them. They probably could scatter and
yeah,
we'd have to chase them down.
I'm pretty good with a bow staff.
There we go.
So.
All right, so I'm going to come out and ask some questions. I gave them the chance to think up some good questions. But before I do that, I told this story briefly, but taking the Bloombox classes, getting your first voice opportunity is always the hardest. Getting somebody to trust you the first time is the, nobody wants to take a chance on somebody that's never done it before. And a wildlife rehabber contacted me about producing a show. And I fly drone and I do motor I do filming, but I had not done any voice work nothing on IMDb. I narrated some reels or something, but never any like a show. And as I was the producer of the show, I decided to hire myself to do the narration and the thing. And I owe you a lot for having the confidence to take that on versus finding somebody else, and I would do my part and they would do that part. But it was really big for me to be able to take that on and check that box, right? Because now I've done one.
Yeah.
And so it's just,
the first one out of the way.
The first one is the hardest. So
well, congratulations and welcome to the family. We're happy to have you.
thank you. How are we doing on questions? What do we got? Show of hands. All right, I'm gonna start right here because we're closest.
So, spoilers for Bebop, it goes south fast. If you'd gotten the chance and it had gone differently, where do you think Spike would have gone at the end of the story if it had gone differently?
Oh, nobody's ever asked me that one before. I think he'd have gone to lunch. Spike just wanted beef in his noodles. He's a pretty simple guy. I think he probably would have just liked some quiet time with a bowl of, the bell peppers and beef that actually had beef in it. I think that would have been satisfying enough for him just to keep him happy for a very long time.
Can we get some protein?
Yeah.
All right. I saw one here. Did you guys? All right. I'm gonna work my way across.
I'm just curious, how did you come up with the Orochimaru voice? Because I absolutely love him.
She was my director. And she had voiced the Grass Ninja, which preceded Orochimaru, right?
Yeah, I was, Grass Ninja turned into Orochimaru during the tuning exam in the Forbidden Forest. I can't believe I remember all those terms.
And it was sort of a Kate Mulgrew kind of a voice. And I wanted to give it a little bit of serpentine feel. And then when Steve got cast as Orochimaru, I loved the sort of light feel that he was doing, but I also kept pushing you down into that dark Sasuke.
Yeah.
Because the Japanese actor sort of had a voice like this. It was very different
than what we ended up doing. But I also knew that Bandai wanted to make sure that we honored the original performance. So they gave us a lot more liberty with Orochimaru for Steve to have a much more almost seductive, high, lilting quality to him. And then that, that when you do it,
Yeah, and then she would also say to put a few more S's into it. So anytime I was saying Sasuke, there were always I just pictured 3 or 4 S's added on. And it was really fun because you really did let me color that up. It was amazing. A lot of characters are sort of a 1K tone. You choose one voice and you stay with that. Orochimaru was everywhere. He would be here most of the time, but occasionally he would go very dark. So it was really fun to get to play in every note on the scale. It was really cool. But that was my director that caused that.
That was absolutely brilliant. Just want to say that. And thank you for doing Starscream in Transformers Prime.
You're very welcome. Don't tell Megatron.
and call me.
Call me Lord and drink your Energon.
I just had a question for Mary Elizabeth. When it comes to directing, your process, working with Steve and other actors, and like, do you work through the script, take it a time? Do you have a chance to rehearse? Do you do line readings with them, that kind of thing?
I try never to do line reads, unless they're like little kids. But even then, I mean, I directed, there's a show coming up called Not Quite Narwhal, and one of our actors started when she was 5. You know, so at the beginning, there was a bit of, all right, I kind of really want it like this, but she was so good that she would do it exactly the way I wanted and then do it 2 other ways, because we usually do an A, B, and a C on everything. But for me, it's all about homework. I need all the materials, all the scripts. If you've got animatics, if you've got a Bible, every show has its own Bible. I need as much information as possible, because it's also my job to then try and predict what they want and translate that to the actor as quickly as possible and make them feel safe enough that they can risk everything in the booth, risk sounding silly, risk sounding this. You'd be surprised how a lot of people are very scared. It's just like, I'm gonna sound stupid. And I just like, you have to trust me that I will never make you sound stupid unless the character itself is supposed to sound stupid at this particular moment. Being an actor, I like to read with the actors, unless they prefer, like usually I'll read through the scene once, you know, like a 2-page scene, and then maybe do it again. And if the actor's really confident, it's like, yeah, let's just run it one more time. Or we'll go back and get singles of every line so that we get enough coverage. But I feel like unless, and there are many actors that are just, oh, honey, just give me a line read. It's fine. You know, if like 2 or 3 takes, they're just like, just give me a line read. It's, you know, but every actor has a key, and it's the director's job to find that key and unlock that performance as quickly as possible, because time is money. And we want to make sure that we're spending time trying to find the nuance and subtleties of the lines, as opposed to really finding the voice for the character. So if it's not working as a director, it's your job to take a different tack. Like, you cannot force an actor into your directing method. I think the only one who can is Charlie Adler, because it's just so fast, you have no time to think, and it's just, yes, you know. But I try and make sure that there are no line reads, if I possibly can, because some actors get really mad. They get really angry that it's just like, you come in and do it. There's very famous William Shatner audio of him saying, no, please, you give me every line and I'll do it exactly the way that you do. And at that point, the producer's like, I am in a world of hurt right now, and I will never recover, you know? So for me, the booth is a safe space. What happens in the booth stays in the booth, and you need to make the actor feel as comfortable as possible so that they're willing to step up to the mic and fail.
And one of the things that makes Mary Elizabeth such a great director too is how she's able to transform all of the research that she's done prior to us walking into the booth into this little tiny snippet of context, and just enough so that we understand what's going on, what the consequences are, what's happened before, what's happened after, but not too much information that we get lost in our heads. It's just enough context so that we can actually deliver it with a little bit of knowledge behind it. And that really, really helps, because some directors, they'll either give us way too much context, and it's like, we're so overwhelmed, it's like, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Or they'll give you nothing. They'll just say, okay, you're 35 years old, you're a male, go. And then we have to make up all of the backstory about it. She gives us just enough pieces so that we can create our own backstory in our own head, and then allows us to do what we do. And that's such a great gift, because there's some directors who will give you a line read and really want to hear it their way, the way they've been hearing it in their head for a long time, usually based on an intern's interpretation as they're just doing, their animatics or whatever, they call it scratch vocals. And sometimes somebody who's never voiced anything before will have done that, and that's what's in the director's head, and they can't get it out of their head. She's really great at just releasing all of that, starting fresh with a brand new slate and letting us do what we're hired to do. So it's a fun collaborative process when you work with a director like that. She's amazing.
Context is everything, because are there kids here? I'm okay. Most actors go in, bullshit, bullshit, my line, bullshit, bullshit, my line. And usually the BS is all the context. you know? So it's someone, you know, saying, Douglas, you're gonna die. I said, that's a great read. There's a hurricane coming, so we might be battling a little bit of wind. Oh, okay, great. You know, so sometimes they just don't read the context because they're in a little padded room and there's nothing for them to look at. There's no visuals for them to key off of, like on camera. So it's important for us to make sure that we're all in the same world at the same moment, you know.
Thank you.
Of course.
I could listen to you guys be so supportive and warm towards each other like all day. Yeah.
Just huge appreciation for the both of you. There's so much passion. I can tell you really love what you do. But I have a two-parter question, one for you, Steve, and one for you, Mary. Steve, can you talk about what that is in voice acting that maintains that steadiness of voice? Because I notice you still have your classic voice. How do you maintain it? And then Mary, I know you have spoken to Watanabe. You've met him. So is there any potential for a continuation of Bebop, at least the story of Ed? I would love to see where Ed goes from there.
I can answer real fast. I have absolutely no idea. I think that might be something that the fan fiction might pick up on to do that. I mean, Watanabe has sort of moved on to other things, and I don't know if he would ever revisit it. I think it would be really amazing, but I don't know. I don't know. I would definitely search the Reddits or whatever, the fan fiction, and see if someone actually continued, you know, if Ed went back to their dad or whatever, you know, and ate eggs all day long, you know. So I don't know. It would be really cool, though. There's something about how it ended that's perfect, though. It's perfect. You know, it's just leave a tender moment alone. You know, it's a perfect, I just love it. I love that it ended the way that it did, you know.
And regarding the voice and maintaining the voice, I learned pretty early on that I had to do something different because the very first few voices that I booked were creatures. And so I would go into the booth just roaring and raging, just, you know, that kind of stuff. You can't do that for 4 hours without hurting yourself, even if you are well trained. So I realized that I had to find ways of either doing it so it didn't hurt or just having the courage to say no and shutting up. And I stopped auditioning for things that I knew were going to be super painful, with a few exceptions. There were a few things in Mortal Kombat where I accepted these roles where the characters would speak like this, and it would just be awful, and I'd forget. But one of the things that I tell my students at bloomboxstudios.com is that vocal health is incredibly important. This is a whole body instrument. It's not just the throat. You actually have to take care of the whole body to maintain your voice. And there are so many of us that have done damage to ourselves that it becomes permanent. And we actually went to the Screen Actors Guild to fight for shorter sessions when we're doing vocally stressful things. I have a whole regimen of things that I do to warm up exercises, cool down exercises, hydrating, lozenges that you can use to help soothe it in the moment. They're not a cure-all, but really the best thing that you can do to protect your voice is shut up. Honestly, if you feel any kind of stress, if you feel any kind of pain, especially for you newer voice actors who are going out there, you know, full bore, you have to know that you're not going to be able to maintain that, or you could very well do permanent damage in one session and never recover from it. So treat it like any other instrument. Treat it like a fine violin or a guitar or some, you know, living, breathing instrument that really needs to be looked after and cared for.
Don't drive over your own trombone.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all I'm gonna say. It's important.
Yeah. So now I limit my sessions, my vocally stressful sessions, whether they're going to let me do it or not. I just tell my agent I'm not doing it for more than 2 hours if I know that it's going to be vocally stressful. I ask for scripts in advance so that we know what the sound sets are going to look like, how much screaming I'm going to have to do. And if I do have a screaming session, I allow myself time to recuperate between them, because the body will, you know, regenerate cells if you allow it to, and if you do the proper things to facilitate that.
Thank you so much. Just for in parting, I just want to say thank you so much for bringing so much life and passion to that story, those characters, and giving us an outlet for the wild bunch of space bounty hunters. Thank you.
Well, thanks for joining us on the journey.
I know we have a couple more questions. I thought we had more hands.
There's one right here.
We have a minute and 41 seconds.
Yes.
All right, she's close.
We can do it.
Hi, so I have a question for Steve in regards to Zeb in Star Wars Rebels.
Yes.
So,
Yes, he is
In-
rebel scum. Yes.
so in season 2, we find out about the planet Lyrasan, which is the homeworld for the Lasats. And in that episode, Zeb mentions that to him, he thought Lyrasan was a myth. And so my question kind of is, what are Zeb's thoughts on Lyrasan? Because at least in my brain process, like if Lyrasan and Lasan have been separated for like long enough that it's a myth, I'm pretty sure Lyrasan culture is probably very different than Lasan culture. And so I'm kind of wondering how that would affect Zeb, because I'm sure he would see some slight similarities, but at the same time, it's like this is still very different to the world he lost.
Yeah, I'm sure when he landed, he said, a whole new world. But he's there with Callus. They're farming Melu runs. They've got a good life. So I don't think Zeb is not the kind of guy I think he would dwell on the past. I think he'd go to the new place, see that some of his people are there, and just be grateful that he gets to start over with people that look like him. I think that there's a lot of metaphors in Star Wars, but I think that's probably a pretty powerful one, that you do have a chance to restart at any point. And as long as you embrace what's around you, you can create the life that you want. So, great, deep question. Wow. Wow. I'm going to call Callas and ask him about that one. Yeah. All right.
I got a question for Mary and Steve. For Mary, what got you into directing voice actors? I think that's like a really big job. And have you thought about producing maybe?
No, producing means math.
Gotcha,
And
gotcha.
getting money, and I don't want to do that. I have no mind for math. I just want to create and tell stories
Totally understand.
about people that don't understand math. And but that's how I got into it. Really, it was just being a voice actor, getting hurt on Xena, Warrior Princess, coming back to LA. I can't dance in the Beetlejuice Rockin' Graveyard Review at Universal Studios anymore. So a friend of mine recommended me to Zero Limit Productions, and I started impersonating Kate Mulgrew until I actually did get on Star Trek and got to meet Kate Mulgrew and try not to impersonate her in front of her. But yeah, that was it. It was just a log. It was listening to the universe that pushed me under a horse and then in front of a mic and me saying yes, and it led to all of this. So,
She was on camera in Xena,
Yeah.
Warrior Princess.
yeah, so I let go of the on-camera career that I was banging my head against the wall, and directing is shot out of a cannon. It was meant to be. So listen to the little hints the universe gives you. So
That's wonderful. And for Steve, how was working with Logic's The Incredible True Story? That must have been awesome. I love that album.
Oh,
And
dude.
when you appeared, my mind was blown.
Well,
I had
I
to-
was saying that people come out of the woodwork as fans of Cowboy Bebop. He was one of them. Logic, if you don't know who Logic is, please look him up. He just started a new tour 2 days ago. He's become one of my dearest friends in the world. I call him my little brother. He contacted me right as he was releasing Under Pressure, his first big album. And he had this idea that he wanted to create a sci-fi based album based on some of his favorite characters from the sci-fi and gaming world. And he asked if I'd be interested in doing that. And since he had a big record deal, they said he could hire whoever he wanted. So he called me, he called my agent, and said that he had this amazing idea for an album, and would I be interested? And I said, why would a 25-year-old rapper be interested in me? But he said that Cowboy Bebop and the video games that I worked on got him through some of the hardest times in his life growing up in Maryland. And he just wanted to do something with me and share that experience together. So after our first meeting, we met over a sandwich in our local neighborhood. He happened to be renting a house right near me, bought me lunch, and told me that he starts out every show talking about peace, love, and positivity. And I said, I don't know who this kid is, but I love you. And yes, whatever you want me to do, yes. The answer is yes. He went home that night and wrote the entire script for Incredible True Story. We recorded it at our house about a week later, I think, and brought in Kevin, who plays Kai on the record too. And now we've done, I think, 3 or 4 albums together and a bunch of music videos. Mary's in some of the music videos too. We'll probably be doing stuff in the future. We text all weekend long, so if you guys have a message for Logic, I will record it and send it to him. He loves that, especially when he's on tour and he's going from town to town. So thank you for being a fan of Logic. I love him dearly.
And thank you for having us out here. You guys have treated us all like family since the minute we landed, the minute we walked in. So we just want to hug you back, embrace you back, and just tell you how grateful we are for everything. So thank you, mahalo and aloha.
Yeah, thank you for riding the Bebop, and thank you for riding the Ghost with us too. It's been a great journey.
Rebel scum. Anyway,
Caravan.
enjoy the rest of your Sunday, everybody. Thank
See
you
you,
so
Space
much.
Cowboy.
And you will be in the autograph room
Yeah,
for the
we're
rest of
still
the
there.
day.
Yep.
Yeah.
So do pop over there, and I'm sure you could record that message over there on the autograph space. Thank you guys so much.
And thank you. You're a gracious,
you.
wonderful host. We really
Yeah,
appreciate you.
appreciate you so much.
It was an honor. All right.
All
One more
right.
gigantic
Thanks,
round of
everybody.
applause for
See
Steve
you,
and Mary
Space
Elizabeth.
Cow people. Achoo. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Hello, ICCCon live stream. I hope we're doing amazing. I hope we're having fun watching all of the amazing panels and interviews happening. It's been a lot of fun for me, but I'm sure it's been even more fun we have Leia here. Who are you and what do you do?
Hi, so I'm Leia Cameron. I am the 2023 ICC badge artist. I'm the first female, and I'm the youngest.
And you're the youngest?
Yes, so yeah, I just graduated high school 4 days ago.
Congratulations.
And I'm here now.
So cool. Well, I've loved your badge art. Literally, look down at your badge. If you're at ICCC right now, you'll see art on it. She made it. It's honestly incredible. I'm keeping mine. I'm gonna have her sign mine too, because I'm a big fan at this point. What's your favorite character to draw? Like, what's your go-to?
Draw. I like drawing Leia's. I mean, my name's Leia, and my brother's name is Luke. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, we're Star Wars family through and
that was on purpose, right?
Yes, sort of, yeah. Yeah. My favorite character is Leia Bausch. She's right here.
Oh, cool.
And so I had to include her. And actually at the top here, it says Luke and Leia in Arabish.
No way.
Yeah, so there's like little hidden things throughout each badge that represent different things.
Oh, cool. Is there like a certain badge that someone might have here that has a little hidden thing in it, or?
Yeah, so all of the vendor badges are the most filled with all the secrets.
Really?
Yes, so right here it says MMC, which is the game show that I'm a part of. I run the Luke and Leia game, where we teach people how to draw Star Wars, and we give away free toys. Is
that on YouTube? Or?
Yeah, so 3 days ago I got a YouTube account.
Nice,
And,
nice.
yeah.
So welcome to the dark side.
Thank you, thank you. I'm going to be putting drawing tutorials up on there at Art by Princess Leia.
Art by Princess Leia.
All of my socials, yes. And then it says Kirk right here, who runs the mystery mail call. And then this little boba is for Havens, because that's his favorite character.
Oh, I love that.
Yes, and then the Chewie and Han is inspired by Calvin and Hobbes, which is like where I get most of my inspiration from.
Honestly, it gave me Calvin and Hobbes vibes. I can see it through and through that you took inspiration from them.
Yeah.
I mean, I grew up reading the Calvin and Hobbes comics, so it's really, really cool to see like all your art. I mean, where did you start? How did you learn how to do this?
So I started getting into drawing in 5th grade, which is kind of late in the game. Yeah.
And you just graduated high school, right?
Yeah, yeah. And then I came to ICCC actually, and I talked to Kevin B. Cleveland, and so then he was like, yeah, start to sell your art, get out there. I was like, really? And he was like, yeah. So then the next year when I came back, which was last year, I went and talked to him, and he's like, you should do the badges. And I was like, should I though? And he's like, yes, I'll go talk to Havens right now.
Wow, I'm sure in that moment you were like,
I was like, oh my gosh. So then I went out to Michael and I was like, hi. And he's like, so I hear you're supposed to do my badges. And I was like,
that's when your stomach drops.
Yes,
You're like, now I have to do the badges.
Yes, and then I was like, yes, I'll do it.
So cool.
Yeah.
So how long does it take you to do like one badge, would you say?
Well, I started a year ago, and I've created multiple versions of every single one, and so maybe 2 to 3 hours. It's not that long, but
that's not that bad.
Yeah, I like walk away, come back, look
You're
at
just
it
that
again.
talented. You can do it in one go.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, like, where can they find you on social media? You said
yes, at Art by Princess Leia.
At Art by Princess Leia. Be sure to go check her out. Her art is amazing. Like, I'm obsessed. I'm gonna have to go give her follows. I'm gonna have her sign everything for me. And And, oh, I'm getting some words from the behind the scenes. Okay. Yeah, so what are these down here? I saw them glanced away. People are talking about them. I'm like, give us a little backstory as to what these are.
Okay, so this was actually my dad's idea, but we...
Do you want to hold the mic and go around and kind of look at them?
Okay, so every kid who comes to my booth can draw Star Wars for me. I have a little tutorial on a QR code if they want that. And then if they draw me Star Wars, they get a free toy. So we have all of these here, and we have a whole thing in back with a bunch of kids' art. And it's been great to see all the talent and all the little ones that come up and are so excited to get a toy.
Well, if you're here at ICCC, be sure to check out her booth. If not, go give her a follow online. Bright future ahead. Truly, I mean it. I love this art. It's adorable. So be sure to go follow her. And thanks for tuning in to ICCC Livestream. Bye, guys.
Bye.
It feels like we haven't seen each other in the last 20 seconds. Welcome back. I hope you're having a wonderful time. We are excited to have you here on the last day of ICCCon 2023. We're ready for next year, but we have a few more left to go, so we're very excited. I wanted to do something very special this year and have a 40th anniversary Return of the Jedi panel, since we have so many great actors that performed as actors and puppeteers and different elements in Return of the Jedi. So, without any further ado, let's bring back to the stage. You know him, you love him many times, sometimes, Mr. Kevin Lyle.
Hey, remember me? I'm the guy from 4 minutes ago.
This is the guy who gives away free stuff.
But, well, thank you very much. We're having a great time, aren't we?
We're sure.
Every time we do this, it's like, what is it, like 200 of us work for this convention? We have the best job.
We have the best job. Everybody's jealous of us. And with that, I'll let you enjoy the best job in the world.
And stumble over stuff. How y'all doing? Well, let's get this panel started. I want to first bring out my very good friend, Mr. Mark Dodson, Salacious Crumb, with a cup of coffee. And quite possibly the greatest musician since Mozart, Mr. Max Rebo, Simon Williamson. And also from Return of the Jedi to round out our first Return of the Jedi panel, Mr. Trevor Butterfield. That's my seat. That's the host seat. I should have. I thought it was kind of. And one of my favorite characters from Return of the Jedi is Femi Taylor Ula. Trevor, I've never had someone steal my seat before.
Sorry about that.
How y'all doing?
It looked more comfortable.
Can we kill the music? There we go.
Wait, I like
Excellent.
music under. I'm a voiceover, right?
That's the thing. You want to have you want them to hear and love your voice.
Music under voice.
How is it being a voiceover actor? Do you have that natural twang? What do you
It's
call
really
it?
great. I mean, who wouldn't like it?
With the voiceover
I
actor,
get
put
to
the
do
mic
what I
closer
do,
to
and I
his-
can. Huh?
With the voiceover actor, put the mic closer to it. There you go.
Oh yeah. Well, usually it's like I don't hold the mic. Though I'm not a rock star.
You want me to get Longwater to come out here and hold it for you?
That would be lovely.
Longwater, come out here.
No. That's fine. That's fine. It's great being a voice actor. I get to do what I do. I love playing the parts that I get to play. I'm not limited by my looks. And then I can go out in public and I don't get recognized, but I can really have fun and it's fun to be recognized at the cons when I'm doing this. That's fun. I enjoy that. And then I can go home and not be bothered, I guess you would say.
No one recognizes you outside the cons.
No, a couple times once in a while. People will say, your voice sounds familiar, things like that. And
Well, you did the famous commercial. Can we say the name of the whiskey brand you worked for? The
Wild Turkey. Wild Turkey. Real Kentucky bourbon. Now wait, because it's a great line. Nothing else comes close. Give them the bird.
I didn't know that part. So, welcome everybody here. Can you guys believe it's been 40 years since Return of the Jedi? It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
41 since Dark Crystal.
Oh, we got to drop the Dark Crystal here. Are you gonna do the demonstration of the? We were talking about the Dark Crystal one time at the.
The lunch.
Okay.
Over. It is.
We were talking close. Simon Winston was one of the mystics in Dark Crystal.
Yeah.
Just before Jedi. And we were talking about it with Gerald Home, who's also was Return of the Jedi, outside the hotel at the first ICCC. And I started asking him about it. And I'm not going to ask you to do it now because you just had lunch. But you would get down in this crawl and do the whole thing with your jacket over your head. And God, it looked like you just walked off the set.
Jacket over my head. That's
You had a
good
sports
idea.
coat or something. You were good.
Yeah. He has a long mane. He has a long mane of hair. So that
It was quite impressive.
I don't have my jacket. I'll just do it briefly for you now. Assume the position, as they say.
Oh, I didn't think you were going to do it.
So his head is there. And he has to walk along. And you can't walk along like this and that. You have to walk along.
All right.
That's very. I didn't expect you to do it. But so, Femi, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good, thanks.
Okay, I'm a big fan of Ula, always was, because Jedi came out when I was like 13. So, yeah, she's great. Anyway, how'd you get the part? How'd you get interviewed? I was 13. Come on.
I know. Keep going. I want
He's
to hear about your
excused.
13.
So what's best?
So, how'd you get the part? How'd you get involved in Star Wars?
Well, I was in the business anyway. I was doing musicals and a couple other films, and my agent just called up and said, "Oh, there's a film being cast, and we don't know much about it, but would you go along and meet the director, Richard Marquand?" So I did, and they said you just have to go with something very skimpy, like the swimming costume. Went, maybe I won't go. And then something inside said, go along. So I went along, and they said, look, we'll call you back for a second audition. So they did, and did the 2-hour grueling audition. And then at the end of it, they said, you've got the part. And actually, what happened? What happened is, as we were getting changed, they still didn't know. They still didn't tell us what was going on. And then there's a huge hush in the room when they said, "Oh, it's the next Star Wars movie." So I landed Ula.
Excellent. And Trevor, how about you? How'd you get involved in Star Wars?
Well, I was with an agent, and they just said to me, this was on Empire, and they said, there's a new Star Wars film coming up. Are you interested in going for an audition? And it was a case of that. I mean, and then I went on to Jedi, and because your face wasn't always seen, and if you wore a mask, you could play different characters. But it was basically through an agent, casting agent.
You, like many Star Wars performers, you had multiple characters. Do you have a favorite?
Yeah, I suppose Lieutenant Blount was the favorite one, because you didn't have to wear a horrible mask. And,
Yeah, and you get to wear the rebel helmet, but yeah,
just a
it's your
helmet. Yeah,
face.
yeah.
Do the fans have a favorite, or is it Lieutenant?
It seems to be Bosk. Everybody seems to like Bosk. Yeah, who's with that one?
You got to love a Trandoshan, you know. You can't,
Well, it's very strange because he was hardly ever in the film. Just a small. He wasn't in the film too much, but he's really taken off.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's a lot of Star Wars is like that. Characters that are very, very quick. We were
Yeah,
just talking
sure.
about Garinden, one character that I love, and he's only in A New Hope for what, 12 seconds?
Yeah, yeah.
Max, how about I called you Max.
I like that.
Now keep in mind, he showed up at the hotel with a briefcase that had Max Rebo on it, and he had one of those ties you wear in Texas, you know, with the leather thing like this, and it's got Max Rebo on it. Okay, so you can forgive me for calling you Max, because I see more Max than I see Simon sometimes. But anyway, Simon, how'd you get involved in?
How'd I get involved? Well, because of the aforementioned Dark Crystal. So I was working on that film for a year, and it was shot at the same studio 6 months after we finished shooting Dark Crystal. So I was one of the people that had done that kind of work at the same studio 6 months before. So they just called me up and said, "Would you like to be in Star Wars: Return of the Jedi?" So of course I said yes.
And who was the first character you played? Was it Max, or was it one of the other ones?
In the film, it would have. No, it was the now deleted, or certainly way in the back of shot, so you don't notice him. 6'6". The 6'6". He's a kind of six-eyed, six-legged slug-like creature.
Oh, right.
And yeah, there was some conflict between Richard Marquand, the director, and George about whether he should still be in the shot. So while they were kind of discussing that, Phil Tippett said, "Well, there's another character you could play." And they took me up the stairs to the creature room, and there before me with this blue vision of heaven, Max Rebo.
See what I'm telling you? He'd make a great suitcase.
Yeah.
He'd make a great suitcase, you know. Like,
Yeah.
Terrible.
no, I didn't mean him personally. I meant like the shape of him. You know, I didn't mean to cut his hide up like
Skin him,
leather,
make him
like
good.
alligator leather.
Yeah, no. Sorry, Max. You all right?
It's all right, thank you.
Now we talked a little bit a couple nights ago about how he was on Jabba's sail barge, which blew up.
Yeah.
But then we see him again. He's
Yeah.
playing in a bar that surprisingly blows up. So do you think he probably made it out of that one?
Is he going to? Well, I don't know. I didn't play that version.
I know, but it's like,
yeah.
you know.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. It seems like there's a theme going on.
He's a clever little
Yeah.
Ortolan, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Yeah. He's got criminal tendencies.
And he makes a good necktie.
Yeah.
Mark, how about you? How'd you get involved with the galaxy far, far away?
So I was being thrown out of a bar in Santa Monica called the Banjo Cafe for dancing because they had to have a dance license and they didn't have one. You don't know this part of the story.
I've known you for 20 years, and I'm like boggled. What are you talking about?
Joking. I've never started at the beginning, but it's 40 years. So I was being thrown out because I was having too much fun, honestly. When right after Urban Cowboy was real popular, so they had this a Banjo Cafe in Santa Monica, California, and some friends and a woman said, "What's the matter?" And they said, "He won't stop dancing." And she said, "He's with me. I'll make him stop dancing." So I said, "I'm not." "Oh, yeah, I am with her." And so I went back to the table, and it was a bunch of Lucasfilm people. And then they're like, "Oh, you need to come to our party. We're having a Lucas." Well, I said, "Who's Lucasfilm?" They're like, what have they done that I would know? And they're
Just
like,
to give a time frame, this is like 1981, 1982.
"Yeah, this is 1980.
1980.
Yeah. And I said, "Oh, what have they done?" And they said, "Star Wars." And I said, "Oh, that's a pretty good movie." And I really. And so we got talking, and well, why are you in LA? And I'm like, I want to direct and produce. I came here from St. Louis. So I went to the party, became friends with those people. The girl that saved me that night, I ended up, woman, I should say. We fell in love, and then we were together, and I was working in LA, and then she was going to be transferred up to Marin County. And I was like, oh no, now what am I going to do? And they said, well, we're looking for carpenters and laborers to build the Skywalker Ranch. If he wants to come up and do that, and then when something opens up in production, we could bring him over. But right now, they had everybody at ILM, and they had the sound people, Ben Burt. So I said, okay, I'll do that, and I'm waiting to see what happens. And so I went, and I started laboring. And then it was, I would joking around. I could do voice stuff since I was a kid. I would, for fun. And one day I said, somebody wasn't understanding. And I went, what we have here is a failure to communicate.
Cool Hand Luke.
Yeah. And somebody goes, wow, that's a really good Strother Martin. Can you do any others? And I did, yeah, I can. I did. I think I did Bela Lugosi. Listen to them, children of the night, what music they make. And they're like, wow. You need to let Ben know. Ben Burt's the sound man. You guys know this. You need to let him know that you can do this. He's always looking for voices. I was like, okay. And I did. And then he called me over to audition. And I was going to audition for, what's his name?
Admiral Akbar.
Thank you.
That's the part of the story. This is the part of the story I know.
For what's his name? Admiral Akbar. And I was overwhelmed. And it was my first audition, and I started shaking, and I'm holding the script, and I couldn't. So I said, oh, my God. And Ben's like, what's the matter? I said, I'm so nervous. I'm shaking so bad I can't even read this. So he said, just relax, take your time, no big deal, and kind of started ignoring me. I walked away from the mic. I took the pay right. Oh, shit, I just hit myself. And I'm like, okay, I'm not shaking anymore. And I walked back over to the mic, and he came out from behind his podium with his buttons and said, give me the script. And he turned around. I thought, I blew it. I've offended Ben. I'm done. But he turned around and said, you know what you just did over there? And I'm like, laughing. And he said, yeah, I've got a creature that's going to be perfect for it. So we're going to forget Admiral Akbar. We're going to do a bunch of that today. And I became Salacious Crumb.
Well, there you go.
There it is. And y'all got it from the very beginning. I never would tell people, well, I was being thrown out of a bar in Santa Monica. But
I never heard that part of the movie.
Yeah, well, there you go.
And then Ula, you got a chance to come back. Ula, I called you Max, now I just called her.
Yeah.
Femi, you got a chance. You got a chance to come back. 14 years after Return of the Jedi to reprise your role. What was that like?
Well, just getting the phone call out of the blue when I was in New York, just having a 4 or 5 day holiday. And the casting director, Robin Gerland, called up and said that George is revamping the scene that you did for special edition, and we would very much like you to come over and reprise the role. But you've got to fit in your original costume. And so I went, oh, okay, let's send some photos over. I did, and they said you hadn't changed. And so I went to Industrial Light and Magic, and I did more footage for the special edition, which came out of the blue, which was rather lovely.
Yeah, and it was seamless. If you
Yeah,
realize
yeah,
the part that she's in the Rancor pit is all new.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, new from the perspective of 1997.
Yeah.
And it just seamlessly fit.
And that's why I had to fit in the original costume, because they wanted to merge the two scenes together. Although I was able to CGI me. I went, no. No, I don't get CGI'd. I'll do the real thing.
And I'm going to ask all of you this, but I'll start with Trevor. Can you pick a Star Wars character you like, not one of the ones you played, and not anybody here on the stage? We'll just, so you don't embarrass anybody here on the stage. Nobody here on the stage. So do you have a favorite Star Wars character outside of those characters?
Not really, no. I mean, after the Star Wars stuff, I went into special effects. So I put the acting side behind me.
Well, I mean, just as an enjoyment. Like, did you like Vader? Did you like Jabba? Or did you just hate all of them?
Oh, all of them, yeah. Well, Vader, yes. I mean, everybody likes Vader.
That's my favorite.
Yeah. I mean, David Prowse, who played Vader, I mean, he's a lovely guy, and he's perfect for the character. You know, he had the build and the charisma, really. Definitely Vader.
All right, I'm with you on that one. Mark, do you have a favorite one?
No, that's going to be right. That's going to be the answer. You always like the villain. I always like the villain. So, the Emperor, Palpatine, he's awesome. And
he's
Vader,
here. We can tell him that later.
He's going to be here. He is going to be here. Oh, is he? He's not. Yeah. So, and Vader.
Skywalker.
Yeah, Skywalker, young Skywalker.
Oh, you could have done that. Oh, man, you missed a chance.
Know the power of the dark side. I mean, I love Vader and the Emperor. But it's always, those are the fun characters.
Yeah.
You got to come over. I have a Vader collection.
Let me say something that I don't think people talk about. And I was just at the 40th anniversary thing at the old ILM in Marin, and we were talking about it. Vader.
Lucasfilm had a 40th anniversary party for Return of the Jedi at the old ILM building, just to let them in.
And it was great. And I was talking to Ben, and we were talking about something that I don't know if people, something I love about Vader, and we were talking about with the sound for Vader. If you ever notice, so Vader is the most perfect, to me, he's the most perfect villain ever. And, back to vaudeville, when the villains would come on, and they would come on stage, and there would always be, the crowds would always hiss. So now, next time you watch Star Wars, right before Darth Vader enters, anytime he enters, you'll always notice a door will open, something will steam behind in the back. Ben did that on purpose. That's the hiss for the villain from vaudeville. And we were talking about it. He's like, yeah, people don't ever really didn't realize that. But from now on, watch and listen for the hiss.
And do you know that you know what that breathing is? That's actually Ben Burt. That's Ben Burt using a scuba mask.
Yes.
So
And Ben is great, everybody. He looked great. He's in great health.
He's fantastic.
He's such a sweet guy. He was great. But anyway, thought I'd throw that in there about
Simon, do you have a favorite character?
My favorite non-Simon Williamson character.
And on the stage character. So you could
Darth Maul.
Darth Maul.
Come on, I was going to say Darth Maul too.
You can say we'll get to you. We'll get to you.
Because I used to do a bit of martial arts, and I think Ray Park's martial arts is terrific. And it's just as a villain, he's sort of red and black and a red eyes, just really nicely terrifying. So so Darth Maul definitely. And I met Ray, and I said to him, "You never hurt me, Ray." Which, do people know what that's from?
No.
It's Raging Bull. It's Jake LaMotta.
Oh, okay.
The actor playing Sugar Ray Robinson.
Right, right,
You
right.
never hurt me, Ray. You never hurt me, Ray.
Okay.
So he didn't get it either.
No, he's a great guy. He's so very skilled. I've seen him do the things live that he can do, and it's just like it's unbelievable. He'll do it like in jeans and dress shoes, and it's just he's incredible.
Yeah.
But and Ula, if we ask you the question, you're going to say the same thing. So what are your impressions of Darth Maul?
Brilliant, just brilliant. He just kicks ass. He really kicks ass. Sorry, excuse my language. But,
I find it funny. We have 4 Return of the Jedi actors, and all of you picked Sith Lords.
yeah, because I kick ass.
And
They're
the host
really
too
great.
would pick Darth Vader as well. And so do you guys have like a favorite scene from the Star Wars films? Anything in particular sticks out? Maybe your character or not? Anybody? I'll just park to Mark since.
Was it favorite scene? Did you say?
Favorite scene, favorite thing that stands out in Return of the Jedi?
From Jedi?
It could be your own scene.
Well, I do love that scene. It's a great scene and I love it because it seems to me like everyone is there together. And I don't know, you would know because you're really good at this. How many scenes are there in the Star Wars universe where you've got everybody together interacting and
right? It's rare.
Am I
They
right?
split off a lot.
Yeah,
and
they're usually he's over here. We're cutting to there, where different people are. I just love that they're all together and interacting. And Jabba, I love Jabba. I thought he was cool. He was fun. He's funny to me. And and I love that scene. I really do.
Yeah, that's a good point because like in Empire, they're all together in only one scene.
Right.
And then in Jedi, they're together at the end and in Jabba's palace. And on Home One, the Mon Calamari ship that you.
I mean, it's
did
just
you pilot it?
It's an iconic.
The Mon Calamarian ship that you piloted.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not in the briefing scene. No,
okay.
I'm in the scene with Mon Mothma.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're not
in the bridge scene.
You're not on the bridge. You're on the bridge, right?
Yeah.
And do you have a favorite standout from Return of the Jedi?
Oh, it's so difficult choosing. I mean, I like the whole sequences in Jabba's palace because that was all the work we did, and it's only different phases. And right at the beginning of the movie as well, it's kind of has a lot of impact. And then you realize, oh, that's all my bits gone, apart from the odd Gamorrean guards. But I think possibly the favorite is the speeder bike chase through the California redwoods because we didn't get a full script, so we only knew about the sections we'd actually filmed. So when I went to the premiere, the visceral impact of that sequence was just absolutely fantastic.
Did you go to the premiere in L.A. or the one in London?
Hmm?
Did you go to the premiere in L.A. or the one in London?
No, in England, Leicester Square.
In Leicester Square. Okay, it's the same. They have all of them
Actually,
there?
no, it was Marble Arch. Did you go?
Yeah, Marble Arch.
Marble Arch. Yeah.
Where's that?
It's on the corner of top right-hand
Yeah,
corner.
I know
of Hyde
Leicester. I
Park.
didn't know where it was.
Top of Tottenham Court Road.
Hmm?
Top of Tottenham Court Road.
No, it's over to the left.
Okay,
No,
anyway.
no, Oxford Street.
No, you
Oxford
go down.
Street.
You're forgetting you
Okay.
need to go
Oxford
down
Street.
left down
there's
Euston
a pub
Road.
down the street. We just know we do something like that. Ulu, I did it again. Femi.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite standout moment in Return of the Jedi that you like? A famous scene? It could be your own.
Jabba's palace is a very good scene. As Mark said, every character was part of that scene, and also, I'm the only character that dances in the whole of Star Wars, so I think that's pretty neat going as well. So, well, I am.
Did they choreograph that for you, or they just
Yeah.
gave you a tempo and you just went?
No. Choreographed. It took a week to create that scene. Gillian Gregory was a choreographer, but a lot of people say, was it improvised? And, when I was dancing, they did say, make it look as if it's sort of improvised, but actually, technically, you are a dancer, so it was quite hard. But, if it was improvised, if I had to do it again and hit my mark, I would have gone, oh, gosh, what did I improvise? So, no, it was choreographed.
Oh, it was choreographed.
Every step was choreographed.
Every step was choreographed.
Every step. And then when I had the lecus on, I had to dance with those lecus flying in my face. That was difficult. So it was a nightmare.
Are they heavy?
They're really heavy. Back in those days, they were really heavy, but now they're so light.
Now
Because
there's.
how
Oh, you've
they-
worn
yeah.
one recently.
Excuse me?
You've worn one recently.
Did I what?
You just said nowadays they're
Oh,
light.
yeah, nowadays.
Which
they're
makes
light
me
because
think that you filmed it.
Because I feel them and I think, oh,
Oh,
my
okay.
God, it's incredible how they've, created them, how the technical side has been really good.
Okay, cool. And Trevor, do you have a standout moment from Return of the Jedi?
Well, I got to say, the most famous scene I remember is when Femi started to do her dance.
Oh, come on.
It was great, I tell you what.
Aw,
Because
thank you.
we never expected it, you know?
No.
And then when you started doing that dance, wow. Yeah, so, yeah, it was really great. Great, yeah.
So just get a perspective outside of Star Wars. I sometimes like to ask this question: do you guys have a favorite movie that you personally like? You know, we're all obviously big Star Wars fans, but some of you guys might like movies outside of Star Wars. And I was wondering, Simon, I'll start with you.
It's always difficult to pick one, so I have the top three, but consistently, the very favorite of those top three is Cinema Paradiso, which is a European film.
I knew you were going to pick something I never heard.
Yeah.
I knew it.
It's that, and then Blade Runner, and Godfather 2.
Father 2, that's a good one.
Mine is.
And they all,
Mine is.
just to finish the story, they all share something in common, which is a terrific soundtrack.
I think somebody's coming here. What's going on here?
Who
What's
could it
going
be?
On? Who could it be? Who could Mark Dodson have spoiled that's coming here? Who? Oh my goodness.
Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Emperor himself, Mr. Ian McDiarmid.
I'm still alive. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi, Kevin.
How are you doing, sir?
It doesn't swivel.
It doesn't. Do you want this one?
Okay. No, you get the comfortable one.
You can show me. Is this how it's done?
You're the boss today.
You heard him say that, right? So, thank you for joining us for our 40th anniversary.
I'm so pleased to be here on this auspicious occasion. I can't believe it's 40 years. I was almost 40 then when I did it.
I was 8, I think. No, I was 12. We already went through that.
Okay, rub it in.
But yeah, I'd much rather be an emperor than a graphic designer. But we were just talking about our favorite films outside of Star Wars, movies that we like to watch and stuff like that. So since you're here, might as well join our conversation.
Yeah, it's a long list, really. But I suppose the film that had the most effect on me when I was even younger than I was when I played the Emperor for the first time was Bonnie and Clyde. I loved the great mix of that film. It was full of, regrettable violence and so on. But it was also very funny, brilliantly performed by all of the leading actors. And I like the blend of that. I like the blend of sort of horror and seriousness with a kind of lightness and humor as well. That's always been something I've admired. There's a bit of that in The Emperor, if you look for it, but you really have to watch it 100 times to find it out, I think.
And then I don't remember if we asked you this question yesterday because I've been up for 4 days. We were talking earlier about what's your favorite Star Wars character other than the ones you've played and that have also been played on the stage. This way you don't have to embarrass yourself by not saying Max Rebo.
Well, it has to be Anakin Skywalker, doesn't it? Really, that's he's the number one because I had the long process of persuading him that he really was evil, and so he should admit it and just get on with life. Really.
And then Femi, really quickly, we didn't get to you. Did you have a favorite movie?
I like Quentin Tarantino's movies. Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, agree with that.
Yeah, he's very and Trevor.
Yeah, for me, it's got to be Aliens. I think it's
the sequel to Aliens.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, the second one. Yeah. Not just because I worked on it, but I thought it was a fantastic movie. And I thought, in my mind, it superseded the first one. So yeah, Aliens, it's got to be.
Aliens is a good one. And we were also talking a little earlier about Ian. In Return of the Jedi, do you have a standout moment, like the best part of the film? It could be one of yours, or it could be Max Rebo.
There is so many, really, but I was so busy concentrating, not falling over my long gown. I suppose that was an abiding memory.
Mm-hmm.
But since I'm sitting on this highly inappropriate chair.
Go on.
No. I like it. Listen,
Kevin, it's center stage. That's all the Emperor. No, it was the moment of the great swivel, really. You know, this film, you know, and, you know, technology advanced, as you know, with the movies, which is one of the most exciting things of the progression of my and the Emperor's journey. But the chair, when it arrived, was immaculate, and it was beautifully operated. A guy stood to one side and did that and swiveled me round, but it could never exactly hit its mark. And as you know, our job, beyond anything else, is to hit our marks. And so they were all in despair. And I thought, well, I've got this long cloak. No one's going to see my feet. So I can get it round by paddling, which is what I did. And then became immensely serious and horrible and all the things, you know, that you're supposed to hate me for. But that was a sort of, back to humor again, that was a wonderful absurdity of the moment. It's surrounded, you know, by all this talent, all of this technology. It needed something like my duck-like feet to solve a problem.
So, you know, do you have any upcoming projects that you'd like to do, or any work that you're, you know, anything that?
Say that again.
Any upcoming projects you'd like to do, or
Yes,
theater?
but I'm not telling you. No, it's not that. Well, it might be that. The thing about no. You see, I'm just teasing.
Just teasing everybody.
I get into trouble from higher authorities for teasing, but you can't. I don't know. You get asked. Everybody gets asked. The problem is there's no answer. You know, it's almost impossible to tell the truth. Well, if you tell the truth, they kill you. But you know what I mean. If you say no comment, everybody. Oh, so you're doing something new then? You know. And we had a little bit of a problem on the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, because they kept saying, you must be in it. Of course you must be in it. You're the big boss. There's got to be something to do with Vader and maybe Obi-Wan and so on. So I teased as far as I could and said as little as I could. And I was at a convention and did all that. And it was on that week. The episode involving me was on that week. So the guy said, interesting to listen to you. See you tomorrow. And he was right.
No, because we talked about that yesterday at your panel, and I did not mean anything about future Star Wars stuff. I meant just in general.
Oh, life. Yeah, well, that's sort of, these days too, it's quite difficult to talk about projects in advance, because as far as the theater's concerned, back home, they take much longer to get off the ground. People, but mainly money, you know, and everything's gone up by so many %, so the calculations go up. And the play that I'm most interested in doing, and I hope will happen next year, is King Lear. Because that's, now I'm age appropriate. He says he's 80 and upwards, not an hour more or less. And I will be feeling that hour in August next year. So it would be nice to play my own age for a change, instead of all those older people. So I hope it works out. Everybody's working very hard on it, so watch that space.
All right, there you go. So just a general opinion. How are you guys, your weekend here at ICCC? This is just a great place to have a con. I love this new venue. Some of you have been here before in the past. And I just wanted to, how are you guys enjoying your time in Nashville? Anybody have any comments on being here, or should I just move on to the next question? Wow, that was a dud. What was it? Come on, now you got something.
I'm once again trying to get kicked out of bars. I mean, that's what I tend.
No, I've been with you every night. You've been well behaved.
I've been very well behaved. So what does that say about me? You have been well behaved this time, Mark. It's been really nice. The fans here are really very, very nice. Very, well, you know, we're in the South. Everyone has manners.
Right. And speaking of manners, it might be a good time to see if we have a couple minutes left to ask some questions from the audience. Mr. Longwater, do you have a mic back there? Just anybody who has a question?
I have a mic right here.
Where is it? There he is. Okay. Anybody wants to
see a question right over here?
Gentleman right there.
Here we go.
Of course, I love all the creatures in Return of the Jedi. People diss on Return of the Jedi sometimes because they think it's corny. No, I love all those creatures. So I would just love to ask each and every one of you what your favorite movie creature that might have been or that element of a movie monster that you brought to your performances.
Each of us?
Does he want to know do any of you guys have a comment of a favorite creature from Star Wars?
Yeah.
From Star
Favorite
Wars or
movie
from
monster?
anything?
Oh, from anywhere.
God, it's so wide, isn't it? I'll need someone else to.
Oh, my Nashville question did better than this.
No,
Okay,
mine.
good.
Okay, I'll go first.
Yeah.
Mine is easily Bela Lugosi's Dracula. I love that. I love that. I love the darkness. I love the of that whole thing. But I also with Lugosi, it's sad. You know, I like creatures and monsters. Well, and Frankenstein's monster, because if you've ever read, you know, it's very sad, and just wants to be loved, right? They all do. They just want to be loved, and they aren't, and that's why they turn on people usually. That's the type. I'm not into monsters that are just monsters to be a monster. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ian, you got one? You got a favorite monster?
I could pick up on that because he's not a monster really. It's a monstrous figure. Dracula, again, you talked about Bela Lugosi, but in an entirely different way. My favorite monster was Christopher Lee as Dracula for the same reason. And talking to Christopher, and you have to talk about that, you know, and you know he was very happy to do that. He said he rooted it in the character's pain. And I think that comes across, you know, rather than just playing someone who was bad and did terrible things to women. But if I had to pick a character from Star Wars, it would certainly be Jabba the Hutt.
Oh,
and it's so interesting how his character in different ways has played out over the years and has become, and I won't be specific, but in some areas of life, entirely recognizable.
All right. Do we have time for maybe one or two more questions? The guy in the black hat there.
I'm coming right behind you here with the microphone.
This one's for Mark. So you did a great job reprising the role in a Lego Star Wars game. Do you have any involvement with the Gremlin show that's out right now?
No, I don't. No, none of us recall the new Gremlins, Secrets of the Mugwai. Most everybody on that is Asian. It takes place in China, and so they got Asian actors, and I suppose. But Frank Welker, who was Stripe, and Howie Mandel, who was Gizmo, none of us were called for it. They said we're going to do a Gremlins 3, and that will be called for that. So let's keep our fingers crossed. And I can say that the studios have said that. So.
I think we have time for one more question, as long as it's a Star Wars question. One more.
Star Wars question. Yeah, Star Wars question? All right. Stand up.
This is for anybody, but do you prefer the prequels, the originals, or the sequels?
Ooh, he went there. Ooh, let's start with Ian. I want to hear what Ian has to say.
Well, as somebody who's been through them all, not quite all of them. That honor belongs to Anthony Daniels, and he would like me to plug his book.
I am C3PO.
It is a fascinating read if you've got the time. I don't know. It's hard to say. George always said, those who saw the original movies, the middle three, will feel very protective of them and hate the prequels. But the kids, for whom they're primarily aimed, will love them, and those films will move through the generations. And I think that's what they've done. And of course, it astonished me to be part of the whole journey and to end up in the sequel as an almost living being. So it's the progression that I have reason to be grateful for.
That's a wonderful answer. Okay, so we got one more question. Dave, you got one more person out there who wants to have a question?
I see some robes over here. Let me run to the robes.
He reminds me of Phil Donahue, the way he's running.
Oh, just not as funny.
No, right?
What is the oddest thing you've had to sign for someone?
Oh, that's a good question.
That's a good question. I like that one.
And get that
What was the oddest thing you've had to sign? You're gonna let them handle it?
Yes, I'll come in, but you guys should start it. Have you
All
had
right,
odd
you
things
guys-
to sign for me? No.
No one's ever been asked to sign like a
well,
cigar or a bottle of whiskey.
I signed something without being asked.
What?
Oh dear.
Which was, I signed something without being asked, really. It's an after party after the first celebration. And there was a lady showing a lot of midrib. I'll sign that for you.
Without even that's illegal now, you know.
Yeah.
It was illegal then.
And at the next celebration.
To do it without asking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brand people, Mark. That's why they kicked you out of. I know.
And the next celebration, this couple came up to me and they said, "Do you remember us?" I said, "No." And they kind of, "Mine? Oh, it's you."
Well, she didn't tattoo it, did she?
No, she hadn't kept it.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, assuming the position, so to speak. Kind of, "Oh, yes, you must be her." Okay, right.
Ian, did you have an answer?
Yeah, I was once actually asked to sign a baby.
Did you?
Of course I did. Listen, they paid.
All right, well, guys and gal, thank you very much for joining us for our 40th anniversary panel. There's still a little time left in ICCC, so we can all see you back in the main hall. But thanks again for coming, and congratulations on 40th anniversary to one of the greatest.
Pleasure, thank you.
Round of applause for our Return of the Jedi cast. And special surprise, Mr. Ian McDermott.
We're good again.
Yeah, I got the bag.
All right. I think we're good again.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think we're good again. I
Okay,
think
all
we're
right.
back. We're live. We're good. Here, of course, with Joe Caroni, if you guys didn't see, he's an incredible licensed Lucasfilm artist. Absolutely incredible. You've been working on some certain things. Have you been drawing today?
Yeah. Actually, I'm sketching a piece for a fan. It's actually from another event that I'm trying to get caught up on my sketches. But I'm drawing in a.
What do you got? What do you got?
Drawing Ahsoka.
Oh, wow. Oh,
So
my
I'm
gosh.
sketching that right now. I'm just starting the sketch, so you can see it.
That's insane.
Oh, thank you.
And you're just doing that from your mind.
I have a photo reference I'm looking at.
okay.
So on my phone, I'm looking.
No, the
Yeah.
fact that you're just looking at your phone and doing it, I would need to trace something to get that good. Truly.
Yeah, there's a few techniques and tricks
Yeah.
I do to get this, but basically I'm refining it right now. But
Okay.
yeah.
So, say I'm looking at this photo of Thrawn currently that you drew.
Yeah.
How long does it take you to make one of these pieces, or does it depend on what it is?
It depends on how complex it is. I mean, this one wasn't super complex, though. It did take me, I'd say, maybe like a solid 5 or 6 days of painting, like solid days. So I mean, like the one I was telling you about, the Bo-Katan piece, it's basically a Mandalorian season 3 poster. So it has like all the characters in it, and
I'm gonna need that one.
Yeah, each character I'm like spending a day painting. That one took almost a couple weeks to do, but those are two solid weeks of,
Cool.
painting.
So you mentioned painting. Do you use, like, what medium do you use? Acrylic or watercolor oil?
It's all digital these days. So I mean, I was trained traditionally to paint and draw by hand, but over the last 6 or 7 years, I've just been doing fully digital, like the Thrawn piece. So I'm basically drawing and painting in the computer. but
Do
I'm
you use,
using,
like, Procreate, or what's the...
Photoshop?
Cool.
Yeah. So I'm using primarily Photoshop for like 95% of it. Yeah.
That's so cool. And do you have a favorite piece, or maybe like a top 3 of your favorite pieces that you can show us?
Oh my gosh.
Because I saw the Carrie Fisher one in the corner.
Yeah, so that one's pretty special.
Yeah, do you want
the
to
Carrie
show us?
Fisher Memorial? Yeah, come on back.
Here, I'll hand you this.
You can see it right here. So that's a special piece. I did that for Denver Comic-Con back in 2017. Carrie was supposed to be a guest at the event. She passed away in December of 2016. So since they couldn't get her for the event that spring, they commissioned me to do a memorial piece for Carrie.
Okay.
So that's a very special piece. Yeah.
I love that. Well, it captures her perfectly. It's, of course, she's incredibly missed, but your artwork brings her back to life in new eyes.
you.
It's truly beautiful.
It was
It's
an
beautiful.
emotional piece to work on too.
I'm sure.
I mean, I'm a huge Princess Leia fan, but I love Carrie as a person. So she's like probably my 3rd favorite character to illustrate next to Darth Vader and Boba Fett.
Oh, so
Yeah.
basically your top 3 are like, what are your favorite characters?
Yeah. So the ones I like to work with are Vader and Boba Fett. From a visual standpoint, but also a storytelling standpoint, they're just such rich characters.
Yeah.
And then Princess Leia, just I don't know, like I never would have thought. That became more of an adult kind of as I got older as an artist, a Star Wars artist. I found myself more drawn to her character,
Right,
and
yeah.
doing scenes like Requiem for Alderaan.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Look how beautiful. Oh, my gosh. Wow.
So I tend to there's a lot of storytelling potential with her character as well, and she's such a strong female character. So I love working with her.
Right.
So, but those are my top 3 favorite characters probably to work with.
That's amazing. I mean, like, I look at this art and it looks just you took it from the movie and just made it a million times better. It's
I don't know
I
about
would
that,
say
but
my
yeah.
favorite piece, or at least one of my favorite pieces, is the Punch It Chewie
Yeah,
down
that's
below.
from Celebration Anaheim. That was my exclusive last year at Celebration. So that was really fun to do because I love Solo and it doesn't get a lot of.
I think we deserve a
respect,
Solo
or as
too.
much respect. I think Star Wars fans really love the movie, but like the casual fan isn't as aware of it as we are.
Right.
So
Very cool.
yeah, so I love Solo and I had to do that.
Well, your art is truly amazing. If people want to come check you out, where can they find you?
I'm at booth 508 at ICC or ICCC, I guess. So
and
yeah,
where
come
can
on
they
down.
find you, like online and everything
Online,
too?
it's just joecaroni.com. I'm pretty easy to find if you look up my name, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram.
Totally. Awesome. Well, definitely go check him out. I'm going to buy some of his artwork right now. And thank you, ICCC, for checking in. Hope you guys have a great one. Bye.
The honor of interviewing Kim Simmons for the last 3 years. I interviewed him in 2019, 2021, and 2022. And I decided it's time to pass the torch because I can't think of any more questions to ask him. And so I decided I wanted to bring somebody new into the fold, somebody who I knew would be a great addition to ICCCon. Please welcome with a tremendous round of applause, the Padawan collector, Joey Castagneto.
Hey everybody. I am a Padawan. Thank you, Master.
You're very welcome. And I will leave you to it. I'm going to let you introduce your guest and take it from here.
Okay, great. Well, my guest doesn't really need an introduction, but for those of you who don't know who Kim Simmons is, you're going to get to know who Kim Simmons is. I will let him introduce himself as we talk about his career in photography with the Kenner line going into Hasbro too. So, without further ado, let's please welcome the man who shot Luke Skywalker, Kim Simmons.
Over here.
Cheer.
So we are here to talk about your career shooting the Kenner figures. We were talking about cows backstage, but I don't think we'll talk about that right now. So really, for those of you who don't know who Kim Simmons is,
How many don't know me?
well, you're about to find out who Kim Simmons is then.
That's my son.
We're gonna go that deep, sir. You're gonna know, yeah. Well, you started in 1981.
Correct.
What was that transition like, and how did you start shooting with Kenner?
I showed my book. This reverberation is getting me. Showed my book to an art director at a design studio. Said, "You need to go see Frankie." Who's Frankie? I had no idea. And I said, "Okay." So they gave me his number and went across, basically went to a phone, called Roy Frankenfield, and made an appointment to go show my book. And he walked me through the studio and everything. And to me, it's all photography at that point.
Well, at that point, you knew you were shooting Kenner toys, right?
No, at that point, had no idea. When I walked in, had no idea. All I knew is they told me Roy was about ready to lose a huge account.
Mhm.
That's all I knew. He needed help. And I was coming out of grad school, so they figured, from looking at my book, they said, "Oh, you might be able to help him."
And once you figured out it was Kenner toys, what was racing through your mind?
Oh, shit.
Because at that point, it was one of the biggest toy lines of all time.
Yeah, it really was. Of course, at that time, I didn't know. I really didn't know.
But at that time, what were you shooting?
Well, when I walked in that day, first walked in the morning after he hired me, I'm up a ladder 6, 8 feet in the air looking down, shooting a Darth Vader, the insert.
And before you were shooting toys, a Darth Vader insert, because you talked about that being your first, because you had to line up the toys for the Darth Vader insert.
Yeah, you have to set them up.
Before you were shooting toys, what were you shooting?
I was in grad school.
So this was really your first gig shooting.
Yes.
And so they looked at your book.
Yeah.
They said, "Yeah, this is the right guy. Not a single toy in there." But you had to kind of figure this stuff out and how to market these toys and how to shoot these toys.
Not market, just shoot them.
Just shoot.
Just shoot them. And because Roy was a hot light photographer. So basically, that's what he's all about. Everything was hot light, and hardly any diffusion. His diffusion was very minimal.
Yeah.
At most, and that's why the shadows are really heavy when you just look at Roy's work. When I came in, the first thing I'm looking for is I want anything, tracing paper. I don't care. I want to diffuse that light because it really irritated me be able to get that backside. It's kind of like, wait a minute, it's dark, it's black. So
you really wrap that light around.
The idea was to wrap the light.
And that makes the toy more three-dimensional.
Yes.
Yeah, that really makes it pop. What we're seeing on the screen right now is some of the work that you've done for Return of the Jedi. And since this is the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi, we thought it appropriate to talk about the toys that you shot for Return of the Jedi. So I've interviewed you before, and there are very great stories because you really don't have a creative brief when you come into this. It's they give you the toy and you have to figure out, do you get it based on movie notes, like where the scene is? Like we're seeing right now the scene on Endor. How much do you know before you shoot?
I had no knowledge ahead of time.
So
other than oh, we've got some slides over here of Endor. What's Endor?
So you have to figure
that out.
Oh, Endor's on a forest.
Forest planet. Yes, and sometimes things are going so fast I have to remind myself, okay, this is no longer Dagobah, this is no longer Hoth, this is Endor. And so I'd shoot this ATST, and it was my idea to put the guy in the back. It seems so stagnant with just one in there.
Right.
And Darth Vader without slicing somebody's head off, so put this, and see, that's the way that they wanted me to shoot it.
Yeah, so this is with the light wrap, this is with it treated, and this is the original.
Yep.
The original photo. And there's everyone around here thinks that this is a classic. When they see this on the box, and when you're walking through the halls of this con, when you're walking through the halls of, I remember walking through the halls of Toys R Us and seeing all of these on the shelves, and flipping through the catalogs, especially when I used to get the toy catalogs, meeting you and seeing your work. This was my internet. Those catalogs, that was my internet. Those catalogs were my shopping spree in my mind. So it's cool to see these things right here. And since you didn't get to read the script,
No.
to come up with an image like this.
So they gave me a reference slide on this.
Okay.
They gave me a real reference slide. And my mind, if you go back to the other slide if you can real quick, my mind, when I was setting this up, I wanted to create those lights, landing lights, in camera.
Okay.
I wanted to have LED lights, which was very new in 1983, what year it was. And I had it all in my mind worked out, and they didn't give me any time. It was kind of like I had the holes drilled, which gave Roy a heart attack, drilling through the expensive Formica. So doing that, there's a computer board in the back that was burned out, and trying to line all those guys up in a straight line, which Billy then came in on the next slide, on the next, when the final artwork, he actually straightened them up.
Really? So all of that is practical. The lights are practical.
They know they were going to be.
They were going to be.
Billy Ellison put all the lights in. They stopped the shading of the purple over there, and he actually straightened the figures up, and he lit up the outside the frame.
Well, for those of you who don't know, Kim has a book called The Man Who Shot Luke Skywalker. And the reason why I love that book is because those photos that you have in there, it shows how the raw photo was before you guys airbrushed them. So it's really cool. Like a photo like this, it would get taken and airbrushed and put into certain backgrounds.
Well, in that case, that was my concept. When they said, "Oh, we need something for the shuttle," and I'm going, "Okay, what do you want?" Well, we want it on a different background. We want it looking different. Okay, so I put it on this reflected these lights. They're not lights. It's actually the screens that you put on those lights up above. And I did this, and they, "Oh, no, that's not what we want." And then they pull out the slide. "Oh, you want me to recreate something similar to that? We want this, but not exactly."
And they showed you the Emperor landing.
The landing shot.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, okay, this is what you're looking for. Okay, so I had to give me something like this.
Well,
but not this.
Right. And a little bit later on, we're going to talk about what you did for Jabba's palace and what you did for the Rancor scene, and we'll get into that. But again, it's about not having a creative brief, not saying, it's like you coming up with all this inside your mind and saying, well, here you go.
Here you go. Yeah, it's like put it on indoor, Kim. Now here's the figures we want you to use.
Yeah.
And make it action. How do you make figures that don't have really articulated action? Well, I've seen some of the test shots. Nobody's ever going to see those. They really are bad. So no.
And so talking about the figures, you don't know which figures you're getting. You know what figures are coming out beforehand.
Oh, yeah.
Because you get them. Now, back in that day, they didn't make you sign any NDAs or anything like that. It was just a spoken rule that you don't talk about what figures are coming up.
Spoken rule. And then POs were just POs. This is what you're doing. This is package.
These days, you would have people like me hounding you all the time. What's coming out? What's new? What's coming up?
He never hounded me at all.
Well, do you still have some of these figures that you've worked with?
No.
So did you have to give them back?
Oh, no.
No?
I all the way up to 2000, I was trying to give them back to guys. And they said no.
Well, one of the questions that I have, if we can talk about that, is when you come to events like this, to cons, to toy shows, and you see people that are holding, sometimes they have them graded, and you can see the beeswax. You can see the marks that you've made underneath the feet. How does that make you feel when you see toys that you've worked with inside your shots that are verified? How does it make you feel to see those?
Don't pay more than they gave me. Yeah, that's bad. But no, it's hard to believe how much money these figures have gone in value. I can tell you right now, you're all sitting down, right? That Darth Vader, I had him specifically painted, spray painted, airbrushed, to where he's a touch lighter than pure black.
Mm-hmm. Is that because so he wouldn't disappear in the backgrounds?
Yes, but nobody caught on to that. Nobody caught on. Nobody asked a question. All of a sudden, you could start to see Darth Vader. They figured, oh, Kim must be a miracle worker. Yeah. I went to Billy Ellison when nobody was around and said, Billy, can you just give me a charcoal just a little bit lighter inside so I can see him better? Yeah, but don't tell anybody.
Well, now you're going to have people modding their Darth Vaders to be like the Kim Simmons Darth Vader. That's going to happen.
But that figure right there could have bought a car in those days. What they actually gave me for that figure.
Wow.
And car in those days. Not today.
So going above and beyond that, how does it make you feel to have people like me come up to you and have you sign like my Rancor or the catalogs and things like that?
Very humble.
Yeah. Well, because like I said, it's like I used to look through those catalogs, and that was like that brought me a lot of joy, and that brought me a lot of it was great.
I'm just me.
Yeah.
And sometimes it bothers me that people come up and they'll go, I can't afford to do this, I can't afford to do that, and this, that, and then you know the way they're talking, the way they're acting, the way the whole thing goes around. And I'm looking at him and going, no. And then he's, would you sign? I can afford to have you sign something for me. And they've got this beautiful pillow with everybody and his mother's signature on it. And you want me to mess it up? Okay. And he tries to pay me for it. Not going to happen.
Well, you've made a lot of our childhoods great because of all this artwork, because of the beautiful boxes that they come on to. And as we're going into this right here, my next question to you is that when did you start to notice that people started noticing you and that you're behind the artwork?
When I started getting, after this article came out, after I started getting phone calls. And unfortunately, if I hadn't answered that one call myself, because there's always Pat between me, usually, I answered the one phone call. And after that, it grew. And then, yeah.
And what year did this come out?
97, 98.
Well, and we like to call those times the dark times. You know, when 1985 hit and the Power of the Force line, which you had a hand in shooting.
Oh, I did all the power. I did all the way up to 2000.
Yeah. So, and we're going to talk about your work after the Power of the Force 1 line, because a lot of people don't know that you continued on with Kenner, now Hasbro, into episode 1. We're definitely going to get into that. So, talking about the dark times in collecting. When there were no more movies to come out for the new ones, and that beautiful line that you did from 81 to 85 happened, when did you start seeing that resurgence? After you get 97, I think was the time that it started back up again. Because
well, I was by that time I was already starting. If I remember right, I was already shooting Power of the Force 2, the beginnings of that line, which is really kind of weird because it's kind of funny that you started with the ATST, because they actually, Dave Reed, who was the art director at Kenner, I started doing it directly with him. But what happened is he came in, he was seeing a shoot, the guy who was sharing space with, and he said, hand me a Polaroid, said, Kim, can you do better than this, or can you match this at least? Well, sure. So I took it, and I matched it, and he goes, okay. You'll be doing the line. What line?
You're like
ATST. I kind of figured it out, but it's kind of like, and from that point on, I was working directly with guys upstairs.
Cool.
Well, not upstairs, but Kenner, Hasbro.
Well, we're seeing one of my favorite toys on screen right now. Before we talk about this, because I love the stories that you tell about concepting this shot right here. Let's go into what you did for Power of the Force 2, and then going into episode 1 and all those. So, Return of the Jedi comes out. That is the biggest toy line that catapulted, I think, the Transformers, G.I. Joe, all of the other toy lines. I think Star Wars is the grandfather who catapulted that. What was different shooting the toys for Return of the Jedi going into like now, let's say, the Power of the Force? Was there anything different on?
It was from Return of the Jedi to Power of the Force. It happened from my perspective. It just kind of slipped in. I had no idea I was shooting a different line. It was like all the same. It's kind of weird, but
Well, because when you talk about shots like this, like the Rancor, they pretty much gave you creative freedom to say, figure it out yourself, basically.
basically it was we want a cave.
Yeah, yeah.
What can you do? And so I really had to think about that one. And
So for the Power of the Force and Episode 1, did you have a marketing director or a creative director now telling you what to do?
oh, at that point, Dave Reed, our director, creative director from just up at Hasbro, who I dealt with that from 95 on. He and I just sit there and talk about it.
Okay.
At that time, it's kind of we want this, we want that. Oh, Kim, we're not doing a background. Just shoot the figure. Put it on some sand. We're shooting the figure, and then because we're going to drop something from the movie in the background.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So that's why I want to get into this now, because making that transition from Power of the Force, where you had ultimately creative director, they knew what they wanted to do for marketing. For these, let's talk about this shot right here. You get the toy dropped off to you.
Well, actually, I went over and picked it up.
Okay.
I'm going to pick up the design because the design studio, which is now LPK, they were the ones that I dealt with. I dealt with Jeff Rice over there, and basically it was we want a cave. And by the way, you're going to use the Rancor monster. What's the Rancor monster?
But
This guy right here.
But you didn't know what Jabba's palace was. You didn't know.
I had no idea.
Right.
I didn't know what was going on. You really didn't have. I mean, you had. They'd give me some slides, stills, but that's it.
Well, in The Man Who Shot Luke Skywalker, you created a beautiful cave. And what did the marketing director say to you after he saw that?
Well, he was actually by Jeff Rice, who was the production guy.
Okay.
And he flipped when he saw the new one, and that I did for the poster. It was like, damn, if we'd have had that, they couldn't have made enough Rancor monsters to sell.
Yeah, and for those of you who are watching online or in this room right now, if you get a chance to go and read The Man Who Shot Luke Skywalker,
there are 4 volumes.
4 volumes now. I think I have volume 2 or 3. I don't have 4 yet. I got to get 4. You'll see what I'm talking about because he does sort of the remastering of these shots. But can you talk about how you figured out to do this cave?
Well, considering the lights that I had at the time and everything, okay, put it in the cave, Kim. I'm going, okay. Roy, I need a big box. And that box was literally about this big. It was about that tall, if I remember right. Probably about that deep, so maybe a foot deep. And I cut off the top, cut it back, pulled the flaps, took this down, took the flap up here, so I had it coming down. Then I got some spackle, basically drywall mud, and started just drywalling mudding, so the creases and everything. And I brought some rocks. I just went out in my woods at the house and just found some rocks and brought them in.
But that's what toy photographers are doing now. It's like that's why the people call you the godfather of toy photography. Because we're doing that now with our toys. We're putting them in cardboard boxes, but you were doing it that actually made it on the box. That's what's cool. That's why I like those stories.
Think about that for a minute, will you? But then, I put it on there. Then, the rocks. I mean, today I'm looking at it and I go, God, Kim, couldn't you pick the better rock than the one that has paint on it and everything? You never know what Billy was going to do. So these are the raw images. Then, after I get the box, then get it all figured out, then I just start going crazy with different paints.
But it's cool because let me go back to that shot. It's cool because these are now 40-year-old toys.
Yeah.
And it's cool to know the things that we're collecting and the backstories that we're collecting. That's what I think, like knowing these little bits of history and the bits of things that we, honestly, some of these boxes, mint and sealed box, go for a lot of money now. So it's cool knowing these backstories. It really is. So even with, all the images that we're seeing here and what you had to go through and what you had to figure out.
When you pull an image up, I'm seeing it in my head. That was on a Saturday. That was for Harry Reisinger. That was front projection with using a slide in a projector that I had sitting right over here, pointed this way, which is why it was kind of a little distorted. So yeah, it's terrible having a memory like that, isn't it?
No, that's why we're really here, to get those backstories. So when you get a toy like this, and you know, in the movie there is no sunset scene like this, not until you get to, you know, maybe episode 7.
So what? They're on a different planet, you know. There's no, you know, whatever.
Well, I wanted to talk about this scene. This is from Empire Strikes Back.
Yes, it is.
But this, to me, from my childhood, was one of the most iconic boxes and posters that I saw inside the store.
It wasn't a box. It was a point of purchase display.
Point of purchase display. There you go. Yes. So, can you talk about how this was concepted and creative directed?
Yeah, Roy's going on vacation for a week.
The boss is away.
The boss is away, and Kim got to play. And literally, Mark Castator's got a tabletop shot for you.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to go and get a brief from him. I said, okay, so I want to talk to Mark. And Mark said, yeah, it's this little shot here. And he gives me this one little image. And he says, now, we want something like this, but not really like this. We want to make it a little different. Like, okay. So I went back, I set it up, started setting it up on a table. They ingrained in my mind, tabletop. And I'm going, okay. So I started setting it up, started getting it all going here. So I shot up 8x10 Polaroid, which were definitely not cheap. Took it over to him, and he goes, no. He said, Kim, put it on the floor. Okay. And then he started giving me all these notes on, okay. So I went back, put it on the floor. I put white paper down. I brought the mountains down and I had to create some mountains, more mountains, put some mountains out in here. I got, and Jenny, which was Roy's daughter, Roy's daughter. I need a lot of Tide. And Tide, not Tide, but Ivory Snow. Ivory Snow.
Detergent.
Detergent. I need a lot of Ivory Snow, and the biggest boxes you can find. And so then I got a hold of Mark Millsball up there, and I said, hey, Mark, I need some AT-ATs. I need ATSTs. I need snow speeders. I need X-Wings. I need a lot of them. And I need some micros, too.
Well, with all those lights, it must have smelled great inside the studio.
Well, let's put it this way. I'd work every day. It took me a week. But every time I would go home, I just dropped the clothes in the washer because no need to add any soap.
Right.
So, you know, and then I started working on it, and I had to create a figure eight, because here we are, we're in a building that's 18 feet wide,
Mm-hmm.
and I have to create, and the ceilings were 18 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to figure a way to put a grid over the top of this whole thing so I could hang the ships where I needed them and have places there to hold on to them. And the troop transport there was a hard copy. So something that was heavy and could hold it.
Right.
So there's actually a boom arm coming in, and it's suspended by fishing line.
And are these the prototypes, or are these the ones that made it to the production line?
Everything but the transport.
Okay.
Should have been production.
And this whole shot right here, everything you're seeing that's being hung or shot in this shot was actually hung. Was any of this, you know, composited
Nope.
after the fact?
Nope.
So all of this.
This whole thing was all done, up here.
That's why I wanted to talk about this shot.
There's even a micro ATST way in the background.
That's
'Cause
fantastic.
nobody had a miniature AT-AT anywhere.
And people to this day, they emulate this shot.
Oh yeah, I just had a kid today
Yeah.
trying to asking about how do you make the AT-AT stand, because I can't make it stand. I said, very carefully.
Exactly.
You have to be very careful and gentle with it. She'll fall down. So
Yeah, and that's why I think whenever you're going to become a toy photographer and you do not know who Kim Simmons is, you got to know who Kim Simmons is. You got to understand his book because of shots, iconic shots like this, which is what people are. I've seen about 3-5 people emulate this shot.
Really?
Yeah. It's people do it because, you know, first out of a homage, but second because this is a hard shot to get. It's a hard shot to accomplish.
Oh yeah.
Without being a compositor and, you know, shooting things on plates after the fact.
People today are saying, "Oh, it's composited." No, it's not. It's all done, and I've got the 35s to shoot to show it. Because when Jenny came in, because she was in and out, I asked, "Would you please document this thing?"
Yeah.
Because this did become the centerpiece of my thesis.
Yeah, and you show those raw photos inside The Man Who Shot Luke Skywalker as well, which is great. Another point I wanted to make about that book is that it has so many historical tidbits, not just about the photography, but about the toys that I didn't know. So, even because you take time to sit there with paragraphs and say, this is what we did for it, and this is what the prototype was, there's a lot of tidbits in there that is
I speak
just
to
makes
the
cool
image.
reading.
See,
Yeah.
Pat actually, Pat's totally the one responsible. I'll tell everybody right now, if Pat wasn't around, these books would never have happened. I guarantee that. So she would go through, and she would do her own little research, and she'd start to write just something. And then I would go through, and I'd say, that doesn't work. And I'd start rewriting the whole thing. But it would get me going. So I speak to the image. If you came here and just asked questions about, I have to have an image in front of me to see, like you're all seeing out there, so I can speak directly to it. Then all of a sudden, I start remembering things. It's like that one. I can tell you that was done all on the floor, and I had just a bunch of sand, and that was to do. And I really wish I'd shot that as a 4x5, but that was a 35 millimeter for a presentation that Kenner was giving whoever owned them at the moment. And that was one that I created in this A-wing, B-wing, a B-wing.
B-wing.
That's actually one that's doesn't look that fine in the raw, but I actually hung them in that situation because I had to have something. They gave me the space to fill. They told me, this is where they're going to go. Can you do that? Sure. So I did. I laid them out like this, and they were going to put the background in and do what they needed to do with that.
Yeah, but going back, that's why you can talk about the image. And I'm glad we have conversation with you talking about the image. But going back to your book, that's why I like reading it. It's not just a book of images. It really is. You talk about the history of the toys too, and like you go a little bit deeper and talk about some tidbits. There's some stuff in there about prototypes that I did not know, or toys that never came out that I didn't know about. That's what makes it cool. And here's the final image.
That's the final image that Billy put together in the background.
That's excellent. So here's one of my favorite boxes of all time, just because I remember my first memory of the Star Wars films was watching Return of the Jedi in the theaters. I was a little bit too young to remember Empire Strikes Back, but when we saw the Ewoks, I think I was 6 years old when I saw this film in the theater. Seeing these now in the stores, or back then Toys R Us shelves, this was the first box art that I really truly remember saying, Mom, Dad, I want this. It
was expensive, wasn't it?
For back then, it was expensive. Yeah, it was an expensive toy back then. And then again, you did not get creative brief notes saying that.
Oh no, Kim, you're on indoor, and okay. So what I had to create literally. That isn't just sand. That's sawdust. That's everything I could find to make it a different surface.
And how much before the movies actually came out did you have to make these photographs for the boxes?
I couldn't tell you. I really don't know.
When you did see the movies, did you say, oh, okay, I could have done this or I could have done that?
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, in my mind, it would have been, guys, you needed to give me a few more. I could have put a couple more in the background and made walkways between them, and I'd have had fun with that. That would have been cool. Today, I'd have fun with that.
Was there a lot of, not chances, but did you have some back and forth where you're like, did you probe a little bit more and say, well,
you could only push those guys so far because they're giving directions, and I'm trying to please them.
Right.
You have to think of that. That's the paycheck, But
that's another reason why this is so cool, and the reason why I really wanted to talk to you was because you only had so much information.
It's limited.
And that's what's really cool about getting the behind the scenes on these is that,
See, that's Jenny's hand. She happened to walk in that day, and I go, hey, Jenny, I need your hand. And just because it was like this, I'm going, God, please tell me this isn't a toy you're going to put out like this. Of course, okay, that's real wood. That's real bark. And it's you could see the strings of hot glue everywhere.
So this prototype was actually made out of wood?
The whole thing it's bark. It's wooden dowels and everything. And there's two Ewoks, I think, in there that never made it to reality.
That's fantastic. What did you think of the mini regs when you got them to shoot?
Where were they in the movie? Where were they going to be in the movie? Okay. And then I'm shooting this and I'm going, wait, we're on indoor. Why would Akbar be down? A fish head be down in a. Okay, don't go there, Kim.
Well, that's one thing I wanted to ask you because we never saw Akbar on Endor. Were you told what figures you had to use in scenes?
They would Kim, put them in. Put these figures in. We want Akbar in. Later, you find out, well, they're trying to sell Akbar or they're trying to sell Han figures, and they were using these. Of course, put some rebel soldiers around them. And of course, that last one, they were literally telling me, not everything has to be in focus, Kim. It's okay, things for going out of focus.
Why is that?
Well, it's depth. It's the way we see.
Okay.
It's the way we see. But Kim is one of those that I like everything in focus in front of me.
So that's achieved in photography by pumping in a lot of light and just opening up the or
stopping it down all the way down as much again. You lose a little sharpness, but you'll get that more focus.
So you get things like this, where you get the Emperor's Royal Guard on Tatooine.
I had one.
So what was that, a dupe? How'd you dupe that?
I shot the guy over here, left the figures, shot this next shot, didn't move the camera, shot it over here.
And just superimpose both of them together?
I didn't do it. Billy did it. Same thing with that one. I've got two separate shots. Concept. There was a. I probably didn't give it to you, but there's one side by side that I did just for me, that where I put together. There's this one on the red, and there's one on a gray. Same thing. It's like, which one do you like, guys? And they were going to go with the red, but I don't know if did they even print this one.
I have no idea.
I see. This is the thing. I do all these things. Some of them were done. Some of them were done. I know some of the ones that I did never. When I first started showing people these, they go, where is that? I want to get that. It's not out. They didn't do it. And then they do some research and they say, oh no, that one was never done. Well, yeah, it was. I got it.
Well, in your book, let's talk about those mistakes. In your book, I know there was one shot of the Darth Vader's Star Destroyer with Princess Leia hanging upside down. Those photographs do exist. I believe there's some examples believed to exist that have sold at stores.
I couldn't tell you that.
Right, yeah.
But Roy shot that.
Okay,
Roy shot that.
Roy shot that?
Yep.
So are there any like errors that did make it like that, where they saw it and Kenner said, no, we have to reshoot that? Or was it pretty much what you printed was what went on the box?
Well, no, I printed what I shot. I don't think, unless it was a gun, at the very beginning when I was taking over, I had to figure out what gun goes with who, because I didn't know myself, and today it really confused me. But I had eventually, I was like, okay, I got those trays. I literally went up to Kenner and said to Mark Millspaw, who was the sample department, I go, I need those trays. I need a bunch of them. He said, how many do you need? Whatever you can give me. Because then it was like, okay, here's the figures. I put their name in each one of them. And it's like, okay, now I've got to find out what gun goes with this guy. Okay. The same thing all the way through. When I arrived, everything was like in a drawer. And it's kind of figuring things out.
Not only were you photographing these things, but you were basically the producer, the creative director, the getting yourself coffee. You're pretty much just doing everything just to get the shot. Was it like, would you say it was a one-man band almost?
No, because Roy was a great guy. He really was. He was a great mentor. He really, truly was. He was a really good photographer.
Oh, that's great.
He was a really good photographer. But to him, it was a job.
Right.
And I love it. I love shooting.
And again, going back, in case anybody's joining us late, we're talking to Kim Simmons, going through his portfolio of work. That just didn't go to 1985. It was The Power of the Force. It was episode 1. So by the time, let's revisit this. By the time episode 1 comes along, Star Wars is the biggest franchise in the face of this planet.
Yep.
as at the end on episode 1, going through those toys and going through that resurgence of Star Wars once again, what was that like now revisiting a new era of Star Wars in the prequels?
Good question. Because I'd started with doing the guys like, where did these guys come from? What I'm talking. Where were these in the story? He said, no, these were from the comics, or this is from this, or this is from the whatever. Okay, I didn't write that. Didn't read that. You got to remember, I'm doing lots of things, and it's kind of like, but I love the Star Wars line, and because I really worked with the guys up there, and they we were a team.
Right.
We were a team. The guy, Dave Reed and I became a really good team at working. I couldn't finish his sentences, but I understood him, and he understood what I could do. I mean, so much that one time when I delivered a transparency to him in the early morning, by the time I'd walk in the door at the studio, he'd go, this would be shooting film and digital. He'd call me up and he'd say, Kim, where was I standing when you handed me that transparency? We were out the island. I said, hold on. Ran out there. Thank you. He'd come back. I've got it. Thank you very much. It wasn't a big deal because I had another copy. I mean, I had duplicate because it's like, I know it's going there. I'd shoot 2 or 3 because it was just that thing. There's that good chance they were going to lose it.
Looking back at everything, do you have a favorite that you worked on? Remember? How can one pick out their favorite kid? You can't, right?
Yeah, I could. I got one. But no, my favorite. I've got 2. It's one that I really think I really was able to complete, and that was the Hoth battle scene.
Yeah.
And the next one beyond that would probably be the shuttle.
The
Imperial
shuttle.
Yeah. But I didn't get that one completed.
Why?
Because of I didn't get it because it was like, that's good enough. We'll take it from here. They were out of time. And these shots, if you look, I know you're people looking at them, but if you look at them, I thought I was doing a whole nother line. What I was doing was I was giving them images to give to the illustrator for them to go from.
So like a concept shot. You're giving them concept shots.
And this one, you're going to love this one. Literally, Harry Reisinger, he had this laid out. He was a great, really great designer. He's an older guy. About where I am right now. Anyway, he gave me it totally laid out the way he wanted it. Okay, fine. I said, that was early in the morning. By that night, he came in at 5 o'clock. I had it done. All he had to do was say, shoot it. Scott was there. Pat was there. We spent the next 6 hours moving figures, 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, this way, that way. Just 11 o'clock, you could have taken that tracing from the very first one that I did, laid it on that transparency that the last thing I did, it was exactly the same thing. Mind you, this is he really was a good art director. He really was. I loved working with Harry. But the only one that ever came, there's very few ever came to the studio, but Harry liked to have his hands on. But that drove me nuts.
You were just an efficient shooter, an efficient planner.
You give me a layout. I can follow it to a T if that's what you want. This is the ones that we did that you saw earlier images, and I couldn't tell you to this minute which ones were when it made it as the Return of the Jedi.
Well, I remember you telling me once that at one point it was a factory. Things were coming in, things were going out. You didn't know what you were shooting one day as opposed to the next.
I never knew. It was like, I mean, literally, I got pretty good at doing them pretty quick and very quickly. And it was like, okay, and learned quickly. I'm automated. And this is all film.
Right.
So you just go for it.
Well, the first time I talked to you was last year, but you can tell when somebody is passionate about their job and when somebody just loves what they do. Like, was that true? Like back then, like I know it was work.
There's work.
But
I got paid to play. Come on, give me a break.
Yeah, it's like what that's got to be the coolest job, to come into work every day and know that you're gonna be working on the coolest toy line, the biggest toy line in the world.
It is if it was handled correctly,
Right.
and it was handled correctly then, because I worked with a fantastic team. The guys at LPK, the guys at Roy, and eventually the guys up at Kenner. It was a fantastic group of people that I worked around.
I mean, the fact that they gave you, we're looking at the job of the Hutt.
They didn't give me any of that idea.
But talking about this scene and talking about the Java scene, it's like they gave you a fantastic, or you painted a fantastic canvas with the little information that you got.
Yeah, but you got to remember, this was done just a few years ago,
Yeah.
and out of my head. And so yeah, it's just one of those things that I needed to create something. This is the thing. I created this. Two shots in one here on that one because I did a Power of the Force 2 and they did a Return of the Jedi version of that. That's Power of the Force 2 version, and I had this idea of what I wanted to do. So I literally had the boards out. And I'm going, okay. So first thing I did is I wanted to do the Rancor monster. So I did the Rancor monster, and doing that one, I mean, literally, Pat, I need you out here to help me lift this thing. And we'd lift it up, turn it over, and that's the ceiling. I mean, I'm literally using drywall mud and taking rocks and sticking them in. And in there and holding it there just long enough. Okay, that's holding, and doing different things. Getting it to where I'm thinking, okay, paint a little bit. Okay, it's starting to look cool. Okay, and I did everything but the roof. Okay, now Pat, I need you to come in and help me do this. I did all this on the floor, put it up there, got it up there. It started falling down. Oh yeah, pull it down. Okay, got it. Okay, I put some supports in there. Think, and got that ready the next day. Let it sit a little longer. Okay, don't get out there. It's heavy. Pat can barely lift it. Her end of it. We got it up there. Okay, good. Then start spackling in between rocks, paint.
Well, here's why I think talks like this are so important, because like the next generation of Kenner vintage collectors, or even the people who are into toy photography, I think they have to know where the history has come from. They have to know who really started it from the ground up. And you worked on the biggest toy line of all time. I think you were I think you're one of the coolest toy photographers out there. But for the next generation who are going to find this podcast in a while, to get to know you and to get to know what you set up.
There are guys today that are blow me away.
Oh, but
because they've got all the advantages of everything digital now. They've got everything, and they're a whole lot younger. They can move easier. but I mean, they just blow me away because the technology has gone there. But this is why I stay in it.
Yeah.
Because I love doing this.
Well, for Padawans like me who start the collection and start knowing about the history of Kenner, I think, we owe you a great deal of gratitude, because you're part of the Kenner history. You're part of that story. So it's great to come here and find out about this story.
As long as you don't forget about Roy.
No, we will never forget about Roy. Roy is going to be one of the greatest ones of all time, too. But no one is going to take away credit for the man who shot Luke Skywalker. So thank you for coming here, Kim, and thank you for sitting here and talking with all of us. And I learned something every time I talk to you. And for those of you who want to go out and get the Man Who Shot Luke Skywalker, it is available on your website.
All three, so far 3 books, volume 2, volume 2 deluxe, volume 3, volume 4 should be up there. And then the reissue of volume 1 will be up there as soon as everybody who sponsored the Kickstarter gets their book. Well, and then whatever's left goes up.
Well, great. Well, you can go to themanwhoshotluke.com and pick it up. And thank you for joining us at the ICCC. It was a pleasure. And thank you, everybody, for joining us on this talk. So everyone, let's give Kim a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Short for a stormtrooper? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, my God.
Oh my.
I've worked Hollywood, crying out loud.
When you say, okay, so when you.
Jackie has to send you live first.
Okay. Okay.
Send you live. Oh, this is going live?
Oh, hey, what's up? Oh, wait.
Who told me we're going live? I'm
Yeah.
doing this live.
I
wish you didn't tell me that.
Who's on third? Yeah,
Technical difficulties. Stormtroopers aren't too accurate with their everything. Awesome. Well, anyways, it's great to see you guys.
A couple minutes ago.
Okay.
Are we live, really?
I don't know.
This could be the bit. This could be the bit.
Are we live? Are we live? Are we live?
We're not really live, are we?
Are we live? Well, we're alive right now, which is great.
Are we alive?
Are we alive?
Oh my God, we are live.
Oh, okay. Amazing.
Like live.
Technical difficulties. So, banter.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing amazing. ICCC has been so much fun. Like, I've had such a great time this entire weekend.
I'm having a great time. We came back here to talk a little bit about the show, and I had no idea we were going live on the internet right now.
This is how much fun we're having backstage. Having fun backstage is the best part of this. Getting to talk to you, getting to talk to a lot of people. What has been your favorite panel to moderate all weekend?
Oh, I mean, I love them all, but it's just you got to give a little credit to Ian McDermott. I mean, he is
the best. Right?
I was fortunate enough to interview him last year, and this year our interview because now we know each other.
Yeah.
The little banter back and forth. We had a great time, and then he came out again just a few minutes ago for our 40th anniversary panel, and then so we had all the Return of the Jedi actors together, and maybe that was the best part. What about you?
I was standing back here watching them just banter together, and it was the funniest thing. I feel like they all have such a close-knit family at this point. I mean, they've had all these years to just like get close, and of course on the movie Return of the Jedi, of course having the 40th anniversary, it all comes together. They're all the nicest people. They're all hilarious. But my favorite, I would say that's my favorite panel. Sure.
Absolutely.
We agree. We definitely agree.
We definitely agree that my panel was the best, other than Longwaters, over Longwaters, I should say.
This is beef that I'm not involved in, but it's been so nice to talk to you, truly. Yeah, I hope to see you next year, right?
I will definitely be here, and I'll see all of you in 2024.
We will see you in 2024. Bye, guys.
What's up, guys? I figured since this is our last little live breakaway segment, I would take you behind the scenes as how all of the live stuff is put together. The amazing team from Westminster AV is doing the filming and the mics and the speakers and the lights and queuing up all of the videos that play, all of the cards that explain who everybody is. This team has been fantastic. Over here on our right is Jacqueline Horton, one of the board members of the Peter Mayhew Foundation, and she was co-opted into running our live stream board. So we run OBS, open broadcast software, and that captures the feed from a transmitter that's on this camera, and it adds it to the feed from the live stage. And then let's go backstage while we can. They're getting ready for the cosplay contest right now. Let's go right up on stage. Everybody is just getting changed, just getting ready for the final awards to be given out. We have some pretty epic cosplay, including our Predator here. We have, that's so cool. I love it, I love it. We have Ahsoka and a knight for some reason. We have the Mandalorian. And by the Mandalorian, of course, I mean Grogu, and Din Djarin is also there with Grogu. But let's go backstage. Here, we'll just go right up through here. Don't tell anybody we did this, come on. So all of the cosplayers are getting ready to come out for the contest. So all of the panels this weekend, everybody has kind of used this as a lounge, and the different chair combinations they get put together. I have no idea what's going on with this rug. It's very technical. I'm sure there's a good reason. You can see Carly getting all suited up. All of the microphones and everything from all of the speakers this weekend is all here. This is a well-oiled machine way above my pay grade, but we have insanely appreciated you guys watching the live stream. We've appreciated every single comment. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We passed 600 subscribers today. Absolutely amazing. And we can't wait to see you guys next year. Stick around for the cosplay contest. It's going to start very soon, and we will see you next time.
Hi, everybody. Just want to give you just a couple minute warning. We're getting everything finalized, so we have everything in line. All our cosplayers or figurative ducks in a row. And we will be up here shortly to introduce your finalists and crown a couple new cosplay champions this year. So we'll see you back here soon. ICCCon! Welcome to the 2023 Cosplay Final Contest!
This is exciting.
Isn't it exciting?
It was really hard walking up the stairs. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm like clanking everywhere I go.
Can I introduce Miss Carly King if you do not know her already?
Thank you, guys.
And I'm your Master of Ceremonies, David Longwater. What we would like to do first, as we get things going, could we have all of the cosplay contests, please, contestants, please come to the stage. We're going to do a group photo first. Now, I'm going to have some instructions for you. If you will not make your way down in the center aisle, please only use the side aisles, either the middle side aisle or the far side aisle on either side. And if you are on this side, if you will make your way around, please, we're going to enter on these steps and exit on these steps. No matter when you come on stage, please enter on these steps and exit on these steps. So if you will make your way very carefully over to this side, and we can start with a photograph, then we'll get everyone back in their seats and we will get the contest on its way.
Awesome. Yeah, perfect.
There we go. Yeah, just make your way across. We can make your way across. We're gonna do a big group photo.
Oh my gosh, this is awesome. So many amazing cosplays. I'm in awe. Wow.
Let me film it before you dismiss it.
Also, we should probably
All right, we got a lot. Watch your step.
Great Scots. Stupid joke. I'm so sorry.
I ran with it.
Aw.
Here we go on the slide over here. Did everyone have a great day?
So fun. I've had such a blast. Oh my god, we have
Who needs a nap?
William Afton. I'm kind of scared. Love it.
I saw a bunch of hands on that one. While everyone's getting set, I have a favor. We had an audience a little while ago that was very good at doing favors. Is this audience good at doing favors? Could you do me a favor? If you're not taking a photograph right now, could you pull out your phone? I know you've got the YouTube app on your phone. Open up the YouTube app and type into the search bar ICCCon, ICCCON. And if you aren't already, please hit subscribe. And if you do that favor for me, you can give yourself a big round of applause. All right. All right. Are we ready for our group photograph? I'll get out of the way here. All right, last call, last warning. We'll get your last photos here. Get those last good poses in. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Give your cosplayers a round of applause.
Amazing.
All right, if you're on the stage, if you'll make your way to this side, everybody down this side, please.
Awesome.
We're going to get in the habit early.
Yeah.
There we go. Good
It's like all of my favorite characters in one place. It's kind of trippy. It's kind of cool. Oh no, that's too accurate. I wouldn't have been able to hit you from here.
I don't know how you hit me.
I don't know. I would have hit the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man.
It's the best stormtrooper I have ever seen.
I know, right?
All right. Okie dokie. Without any further ado, let's get this show on the road. Let me get our
Awesome.
finalist lists here.
Let's do it.
One for you, one for me. Oh, you got them both. You got gloves on there. It's hard to.
my accuracy.
The
I
dexterity is a
apologize.
little nimble. All right. Before we begin, if I could ask one more favor, if you can please, as you're making your way in and out, please keep the center aisle free, please, so that we don't obstruct anyone's view. The contestants, as we announce the names, they will come up. Remember, on this side, they will come up. They can strike a pose. They can say something. If they need a microphone, just let me know, and one of us will give you a microphone to speak into. And do your thing briefly. And then you may make your dramatic exit down these steps right here. Sound good?
Yeah, we just got some practice in with that photo, so I think we're good.
All right. So without further ado, we're going to start with the contestants from the Top Masters and Padawans category. So Carly, if you'd like to read the first contestant in the final.
Sure. Let's welcome up the Jedi family. If
Is
they're
the
here.
Jedi family here?
Jedi family here.
Yes, so these are only finalists that will be walking on the stage for the final contest. After that, the judges will tabulate their final scores, and then we will select a winner. So it seems the Jedi family is not here, so I believe we have a video of the Jedi family.
Awesome.
Did we run that? There we go. There's the photo of the Jedi family.
Aww. Oh my gosh. So cute.
All right.
So cute.
You read that one, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I will read the next family. The next finalist in the Top Masters and Padawans category is the Ghostbuster family. We have the Ghostbuster family. Oh, they're coming. They're coming. Make your way very carefully down this way. They follow very nice directions. You probably get extra points in the judges' scores for following directions. Probably not. But we appreciate it anyway. Keep the applause going for the Ghostbuster family as they make their way up. And the stage is yours as you carefully come back on the stage.
Oh my god. So cute. Wow, these are amazing cosplays.
Come on over. Come in the center. The
Cute.
stage
Right
is
up here.
yours. You guys can strike your pose.
Awesome.
Does anyone have anything to say in their character?
We love this town!
Yeah!
My gosh. Amazing.
Give him a round of applause. Great job. Watch your step. Watch your step right here. There you go. All right. Moving on to the next category. What's the next category?
The next category is the child.
So this is the young contestants solo competition.
Yes.
Who's the first finalist in the child category?
All right. It's looking like we have Emilia Rhodes, who I believe is 2-3PO or Z3PO.
C3PO or 2-3PO?
Hello, hello.
Z3PO.
Z3PO. Amazing. Let's keep it up for Emilia. Very good.
Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Goodness gracious me.
All right, give her a round of applause.
Awesome. Thank
Carefully
you.
Watch your step right here. There you go. All right, next up in the child category is King Arthur, King of the Brits, Chase Higgins. Here he comes, riding his loyal steed. Where are your coconuts?
Nice.
Coming up behind. Hello, sir. Do you have anything to say?
King Arthur, King of the Brits.
All right, give King Arthur a round of applause.
Amazing.
There we go. You guys with masks on make me very nervous on these stairs.
I love it. I love it. Oh my gosh. All right, and then lastly in the child category, we have the Predator, Valentino Tessitone.
All right, give it up for the Predator.
Wow.
he makes his way to the stage. I am
Amazing.
scared.
Yes. Keep up the applause. Wow.
All right. Does the Predator say anything? Do you have anything you want to say, Predator?
Does the Predator have a word for us? I don't know. I'm a little scared.
No, the Predator doesn't want to talk. Give it a round for applause for the Predator. Thank you, Valentino. All right, that brings us into the adults category. Up first, our finalist number 1 in the adults category is Ewan Kathy. Is Kathy here?
Oh, they're coming.
She's coming.
My goodness. Amazing. Keep up the applause as she comes up.
There we go.
Woo!
That is
Fantastic
a great
cosplay.
costume.
Nice.
Show us what you got.
Love the sound of the chainmail. It's so cool. It's real. Handmade. Wow.
Do you have anything you'd like to say?
I am no man.
Woo! Give it up for Kathy.
Awesome. Awesome. And up next, we have Cal Drennan, Carl Andre. Is he here? Oh, there we go. Awesome. Let's hear it for
Give
him.
it up for Cal Drennan.
Amazing. This is dope.
Come on down. He's taking the long route. He wants more applause. He's taking the long route.
Applause.
That was a tricky way to get some more applause. I like that. I'm going to take notes for next year.
The longer walk for more applause. I should do that next time.
All the seasoned veteran actors, they don't even know that trick.
I'm getting a little scared. He's like a little intimidating.
He is intimidating. I'm going to back up over here. Stage is yours. Watch your step.
So good. Let's get a big round of applause. Wow.
Do you have anything you'd like to say? No? As you were. Give him a round. Watch your step, please. There we go. All right. That was scary. It made me forget whose turn it was. Is it my turn? Or is it your turn?
Your turn.
It's my turn. He
Give it over to
intimidated
you.
me. I took the wrong one. Syllabub from Cats. I guess I couldn't pronounce it. Syllabub from Cats. Kayla. Here she comes. Cats
Kayla,
are very,
Kayla.
very fast. Give her some very quick and fast applause because she's a cat.
Amazing. Oh my gosh.
Are we going to get a song? No, we are not going to get a song.
Wow. Amazing.
That is fantastic.
Very cool. Very cool. Wow. Oh.
Your round of applause for Syllabub from Cats.
Amazing. And next up, we have Autumn, the blue and gold Mando. Is she here?
We have a blue and gold
Okay,
man.
well, we have a video.
There we go. Give a round of applause for Autumn.
Very good. Very good.
All right, next up, we have a return finalist. I know that she's a return finalist. This is Daft Mando, Nikki Briggs Parsons. I don't believe Nikki was able to make it, so I believe we have a video. There's Daft Mando. Wow, how that costume has changed so much since last year. All right.
Amazing. Amazing. Next up, we have Ron Beasley, Lando Calrissian.
Lando.
Big round of applause
I saw
for
him the other day. He
Lando.
looked fantastic. There he is.
Wow.
I didn't know Billy D was here this weekend.
That's amazing.
There, look at that. Wow.
Hello. What have we here? You truly do belong among us. All out.
Okay.
That wink deserves a round of applause.
Calrissian. Dang. Okay.
All right.
So.
Up next, we have Rancor Keeper Malakili, Robert H. Wilson. There he is. Do we have a photo? There's Robert.
Wow.
The crying Rancor Keeper.
Awesome.
Where's my Rancor? Luke killed my Rancor.
Aww. I feel so bad for him.
So good. Next up, we have Ahsoka Tano, Season 7, Siege of Mandalore. Audra. Is Audra here?
Audra, there she is.
Oh, wow. That's incredible.
Come, Captain Barnes. Let's go find more.
Ahsoka Tano.
And our last but not least finalist is Grand Admiral Thrawn Michael Hahn. Is Michael here? Oh, there he is.
Wow.
Wow.
Action.
He intimidates me as well.
So good. So good. I had to do a double take when I saw him around the convention floor. I was like, it's literally Thrawn.
Well, that concludes our list of finalists. Give everybody a wonderful round of applause. They've all worked so hard this year. It was fantastic seeing them all around the convention this weekend. So we're going to take a few minutes break while the judges tabulate the scores and determine who the winner is. And following that, we will have our other contest awards that we will be giving away. While we wait, we do have something special for you. We have a fan film from Adam and Cameron Petropoulos. They're over there. Just stand up, guys. You can just give away. We'll let you. And there's some of the cast. If the AD team is ready, we can run the fan film.
So good.
Show me true power of the darkness. Show me the true nature of the dark side. You suffer as I have suffered.
Execute Order 66. Yes, my
Kill Ben Solo.
grandfather. Prove to you that I am ready. Then be willing to lose everything. My practice. Your fear of failure paralyzed you. You are still holding on to your past. Ben Solo is weak. You must destroy him. I have tried, but he is still there. I promise, I will destroy him. Unbalanced, as a child wearing a mask. You have failed me. Master! Vader!
My lord, pardon the interruption. Supreme Leader Snoke is waiting to hear about the girl's ongoing interrogation. We have the IT droid ready for the interrogation.
No.
Leave that to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to give a big round of applause for Adam Petropoulos and Ricky Davis, who's Darth Vader. Kylo Ren and Darth Vader. Give them a big round of applause. They worked so hard on this. Thank you guys so much. It's great having you guys here.
It's the armor. It took me a long time to bring it up here.
All right. We have some winners. Do we have winners?
I think we do.
All right. I have the first stack. So, if everybody's ready, I have the winners of the top Masters and Padawans. This is the Best Parent and Child Team category. The winners are, can I get a drum roll? The Ghostbuster family. Where did the Ghostbuster family go? Come on down this way. Come on down. We're still going to do the same thing.
Congratulations. Oh my gosh.
Come on.
Keep the applause going, guys. Keep it going. Keep it going.
I'm going to send you around this way. Okay. Oh, there they come. They're coming. Okay. Yeah, come around this way. You can come around this way. And we're going to go up the same steps. There we go. They're going to make their way down. Come on over.
Guys, congratulations. So good. Good job.
Come on over. Come on over. Come to the center. Come to the center. Come to the center. There we go.
Congrats. Come on up. Come
We're
on
going
up.
to wait for the rest.
So good. Right on up. Awesome. Congrats.
There we go. Let's give our Ghostbuster family a round of applause. And I would like to present you with your winnings. If you will come back to the back here for us, we're going to have all of the winners stand on stage for us so we can get a group photo afterwards. And then after that, anyone who would like to, you can go back in the back corner. And if you guys want to take any photos as groups or cosplays or groups together, winners and finalists and everybody, if anyone who wants to take photos, the back corner will be a wonderful place. And we'll continue to get about the rest of the awards. So without any further ado, the next category is the child category. This is the best cosplayer 15 years of age or younger. The best child category winner is, drum roll please. Can you clack those stormtrooper? There we go. Valentino Tessitore, the Predator. He's hamming it up for the camera a little bit. There we go. Come on
Intimidating.
down.
I'm scared. Listen, I have armor, but that's not going to protect me. Awesome. Good job.
Come on down. Give us one more pose and I'll give you your money. Yeah. Congratulations, this is yours. If you'll come right back over here and hang out, we'll take a group picture in the end. All right. I have this. I'm going to hide the winners so nobody can see it. This is the most wizard. This is the most creative or unexpected. The winner of most wizard is Daft Mando, Nikki Briggs Parsons. And I know she's not here, so I will hang on to her cash for her in the meantime. Carly has the remaining winners and the big winner as well.
The big winner. So, the winner for a new hype, best up and coming, is, drumroll please, Rancor Keeper, Robert Wilson.
Yeah, come on down, Robert.
Awesome. That's how. Oh my God.
Woo, give Robert a round of applause. Come on down this way. You have to follow the rules like everybody else, Robert.
Awesome. Congratulations, dude. Here you go.
I was gonna make him earn it. Come here, Robert. Can you cry for us?
They killed my rancor.
Give him a round of applause.
Amazing. Congratulations. Up next, we have, and I'm really bad at saying this word, so don't judge me. Ultimate Armorer. The Ultimate Armorer.
That's very good. Good job.
Who is the best craftsmanship goes to Awen, Kathy.
Hey, come on down, Kathy.
Come on up. Congratulations. So good. I love this. And I heard the chainmail is fully handcrafted. It's amazing.
That's incredible.
You know how hard it is to make chainmail, dude. It's
I don't know how hard it is to make chainmail because I know
Very
that I don't
hard.
have the patience to make chainmail.
Exactly. Congratulations.
Yeah, give it up for Kathy.
Congrats. Oh yeah, there you go. So,
There we go.
all right.
Is this it? Should we bring out somebody to give out this special award? We have this has
Should
this
we?
special beautiful trophy. Who do we have back there that can give out a fantastic cosplay award?
Who do we have? Let's see. Is he back? Oh God. Oh God. Come on up. I guess we have a
We have Mr. Jim
Jedi.
Swearingen.
Awesome. So this is the award for the chosen one, Best in Show. Best in Show.
Big
Now,
drum
if you would
roll.
like to read the name.
Syllabub the cat.
Syllabub the cat from Cats.
For Kayla. Come on up. Oh my goodness. It's
Look at that beautiful trophy.
Keep up the applause, guys. Congratulations. Here you go. Of course. Yeah.
Give her a huge round of applause.
Congrats.
Ladies and gentlemen, your finalists, come on down to the front of the stage, finalists. Come on down here
Yes,
to the middle. Everyone
come on
come right down here. There we go. Right there, that's good. Everyone come down. If anyone wants to get some photos, go ahead and take some photos. Your finalists to ICCC 2023.
This is my multiverse of madness.
All right. When you guys are ready, you can make your way down these steps.
Congrats. Wow.
Just step
So
there.
good. Thank you, Jim. Give it up for Jim Swearingen. So-
Hey, we are just tabulating the final results for the last few awards that we have to give out. So if you'll hang tight for just a minute, we will be right back.
See you soon. We did it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lost cell phone that has been turned into lost and found. If you are missing your cell phone, please do not call them because you do not have your cell phone. Hello,
my gosh.
ICCCon, and welcome
Hello, hello.
back. It's David and Carly again. Remember us?
Sadly.
We just have a few awards that we want to give out. We got the final tabulations, and let's just get started. If the contestants are here, we will present you with your award. If not, we will make sure that the contestants receive their awards here in the very, very near future. So, I have in my hand this beautiful Droid Builders trophy. Isn't that beautiful?
Ooh, I love that. That's really
And our Droid Builders winner is going to magically display on the screens in just a moment. Tim Hebel, R5D4.
Wow.
Is Tim here with R5? I doubt R5 made it up that path.
Amazing.
We will save that for Tim there. All right. Here we go. We have the Video Game Champion Award.
Video Game Champion.
The Video Game Champion is
Cade
Cooley. It's Cade here.
Is Cade here?
Yell really
Okay,
loud
come
if you're
on.
here. Is that
Awesome.
okay? Come on up.
Welcome, welcome.
Watch your step.
Welcome up.
Come on up. And
Which video
get
game are
your
you best at?
award. There you go. Congratulations. It's heavy, isn't it? All right.
It's amazing.
You want to say anything?
I have a
You're
question.
Good. You're like, congratulations. Give her a round of applause. Watch your step going downstairs.
But
there. And we have one more award. This is one of my favorite awards. This is one of the most cutthroat award categories, I think, at ICCCon. This is the Swag Award.
Swag Award.
The Swag Award. There's been some great swag. And I know that some of the swag contestants from last year came back and created even more swag, and we had so many submissions. I know it was a very, very difficult choice.
Right.
Carly, you want to read what the sign says?
I will read what the sign says. Crystal Headland. The
Crystal
Swag
Headland. Is
Champion
Crystal here?
2023.
Crystal, come on up.
Welcome up.
Give Crystal a round of applause.
Congratulations. Keep the applause coming. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Congratulations.
Congratulations. You're welcome. Would you like to say anything?
Just thanks to everybody that loved my swag, and I still have some left. If anybody didn't get any, you can grab some for me before you go.
Give her a round of applause.
Congratulations.
Watch your step. Go.
Awesome. Aw.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes ICCCon 2023.
Awesome.
Give a round of applause for my
guys.
co-host and live stream host, Carly King.
This
I
is
would like
so
to
much
bring up.
fun. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I would also like to bring up Matthew C. Egan, philanthropist from the Peter Mayhew
Matthew
Foundation. Give him a
Egan.
round of applause for his fantastic interviews. I have the Padawan Collector. Behind him I have Jackie and Laurel, the live stream team. I have Joey Castagneto, the Padawan Collector. Give it up for the AV team in the back. I've got John, Ted, and Dave back there. Michael, give them a round of applause. So many talented people have put on this whole show at this humongous property this year. And we've put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears over the last several months to make this happen for you. And we are collectors doing this for you, collectors and fans as well. We're real people who do this and on the side, and this is not our main job. And we just love doing it. We love to see the smiles on your faces and see the waves and the posts and everything afterwards. So if you haven't already, do us a huge favor. Go on YouTube, give us a subscribe on our ICCCon YouTube channel. Check that out. We're going to be posting videos and clips from the convention weekend going into the future. So we look to see you next year. It's going to be awesome. Do you have something you want to say, Matthew?
Can you join me in giving David a huge round of applause? Master of ceremonies.
Good job, David.
All day long, making sure the trains run on time, yelling at us to get off stage. Your time is up. Get off. David, amazing, amazing work.
Thank you to all these folks here. Thank you to you guys, our fans and attendees. We loved having you. We will see you next year. Goodbye.
Bye, guys. Thank you. Thank you.